Chapter 683. The three Dharma adepts Laozu were surrounded by two Dharma adepts blood Shura. This might sound unbelievable, but it was the truth. 3 oil lamps circled above Sanming Laozu's head. One of the 3 sparks on the wick was a heaven-level spiritual fire, while the other 2 were earth-level spiritual fires. Sanming Laozu had obtained another heaven-level spiritual fire in the Yingtian dojo. He had planned to refine it on his oil lamps after returning to the North Sea, so that the power of his 3 natal oil lamps would increase by another level. Once his 3 natal oil lamps gathered 3 heaven-level spiritual fires, the power of the 3 lamps would be comparable to a spirit treasure. If that was the case, Sanming Laozu would not have a headache facing the omnipresent attacks of the spirit treasure in the hands of the Wind Shura. Compared to Sanming Laozu, Copper Sword Laozu was even more aggrieved. Copper Sword Laozu fought with great vigor. In the North Sea cultivation world, Copper Sword Laozu was known for his bravery. This time, when he was fighting with the water attribute Blood Shura, it was as if every move of the sword, which was full of power, hit empty air. The feeling of not being able to withstand the force made Copper Sword Laozu very uncomfortable. The water sword in the hands of the Blood Shura was even more unpredictable, making it difficult for Copper Sword Laozu to defend. If it were not for Smoky Laozu's help, Copper Sword Laozu's body would have been pierced through by this strange spirit treasure. At the same time, there was a shrill cry. Jiang Tianlin Laozu, who had been floating motionlessly in the air, suddenly tilted his head back. His face instantly turned pale, and half a mile in front of him, a wave of divine thoughts suddenly exploded in the void. In the distance, the undulating black fog behind the mountain suddenly shrank back, as if a person who was about to climb to the top of the mountain had suddenly slipped and fallen. Blood Shura, soul-devouring. Although Sanming Laozu and the other 2 Blood Shura were in full swing, Jiang Tianlin's strange state had worried them. Jiang Tianlin was the strongest among the 4. If something happened to him, the other 3 would not be spared. However, when the 3 saw the wave of divine thoughts exploding in the void not far away and the shrill cry from behind the mountain peak, their faces became increasingly ugly. Jiang Tianlin had actually attracted the attention of a demon Shura. No wonder he had been standing still just now. It turned out that he had started a divine thoughts competition with the demon Shura. The most fundamental manifestation of Devil Cultivator's ability to devour souls lay in the fact that Devil Cultivators possessed an innate divine ability that allowed them to devour Cultivator's divine sense. Furthermore, it was impossible to guard against this ability. Most cultivators would often use their divine sense to scan their surroundings in times of danger, and this was exactly what Devil Cultivators wanted. When the Demon Shura devoured half of the Demon Shura's divine thoughts, the Demon Shura would lose control of the primordial chi in the body. If no measures were taken, the Demon Shura would eventually die from chi deviation. At the same time that ancestor Jiang Tianlin sensed that there were Shuras lying in ambush around him, the Xioma also sensed that among the 4 of them, ancestor Jiang Tianlin had the most powerful divine sense. In the eyes of the Xioma, such a powerful divine sense was like an incomparably delicious dish. Naturally, the Xioma immediately targeted him. However, the Demon Shura had still underestimated Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Although Jiang Tianlin Laozu was caught off guard and suffered a small loss under the Demon Shura's sneak attack, he quickly realized the Demon Shura's existence. A huge burst of divine thoughts caught the Demon Shura off guard. The Demon Shura's powers had been broken, and the immense pain caused the Demon Shura to howl. Jiang Tianlin's divine thoughts also seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his face was as white as a sheet. Fortunately, after the Demon Shura's powers were broken, his divine thoughts returned. Although he did not suffer much damage, there were many restrictions on using his divine thoughts again. This Dharma stage Demon Shura had never suffered such a huge loss before. After being forced back by Jiang Tianlin, a black fog rose up from the back of the mountain. Its green eyes were like a hungry beast, and it rushed towards Jiang Tianlin Laozu with the black fog. The Demon Shura was an existence that was more feared by adepts of the same level than the Shura. The Blood Shura had spirit herbs that made it difficult for adepts of the same level to defeat it, but at least they had a chance to escape. On the other hand, the Demon Shura's ability to devour souls made it difficult for adepts of the same level to injure him. It was a good thing that Jiang Tianlin was no ordinary early Dharma adept. Although his remarkable techniques would not allow him to defeat demonic adepts of the same level as him, it would still be extremely difficult for demonic adepts to harm him. The man and the demon fought for more than 10 rounds, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Although the Demon Shura would not rest until one of them was dead, Jiang Tianlin did not dare to relax at all. In a situation where the two of them were equal in strength, the competition was nothing more than patience. They were both looking for the other's small flaws, accumulating small victories to become big victories, and waiting for the other to reveal a flaw first. Jiang Tianlin and the Demon Shura were evenly matched. Perhaps other adepts would marvel at Jiang Tianlin's strength, but to Tongjian Laozu and the other two, it was not a good sign. The Shura was good at all kinds of escape techniques, so each Shura was not only good at attacking, but was also a master of assassination for the adepts of the same level. The Wind Shura came and went without a trace, and the air above Ing River was full of water vapor, so the Water Shura was like a fish in water. The two Blood Shura joined forces, and with the two strange spirit treasures in their hands, they suppressed Tongjian Laozu and the other two. This was especially so for Tongjian Laozu, who had a fiery temper and was used to fighting in a straightforward manner. He had never been harassed like this before. A wave of anger accumulated in his chest, and he became more and more irritable. However, Tongjian Laozu's irritation was seen by the two Shura. Finally, Tongjian Laozu caught a flaw of the Water Shura, and he rushed toward the Water Shura's body. Smoke bewitching Laozu, who was on the side, shouted, but it was too late to stop him. Tongjian Laozu smashed the Water Shura into pieces with his sword, but he saw that another Water Shura appeared next to him, looking at him with a mocking expression. The water sword, which had been separated by smoke bewitching Laozu's water mirror, also reappeared in the Water Shura's hand. Tongjian Laozu was shocked, and he quickly flew backward. At the same time, the copper sword in his hand slashed at the Water Shura again, but the water sword in the Water Shura's hand disappeared again, and the Water Shura once again turned into a sky full of clouds and disappeared when Tongjian Laozu's flying sword slashed at it. Behind him, smoke bewitching Laozu shouted, "Be careful behind you." Tongjian Laozu had goosebumps all over his body. His intuition, which had been tempered in countless life and death battles, made him realize the danger in an instant. Tongjian Laozu shouted, and suddenly, a blood mist burst out from his back. Before the blood mist dispersed, it turned into 18 blood swords and slashed behind him. A series of explosions rang out, and an unwilling roar rang out from behind him. Then it disappeared. Smoke bewitching Laozu's voice sounded again from behind Tongjian Laozu, "Come back." Hearing smoke bewitching Laozu shout, Tongjian Laozu paused and seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, without looking at the situation behind him, he went straight back to Sanming Laozu and smoke bewitching Laozu. "You were careless." Smoke bewitching Laozu didn't seem to notice Tongjian Laozu's momentary hesitation. Instead, Tongjian Laozu blamed himself. He coughed because he used the blood sword magical power. "I was rash. Thank you for reminding me in time." The 18 blood swords nurtured in the core space were obviously Tongjian Laozu's desperate ability. As soon as he used it, Tongjian Laozu's face looked pale. At the place where Tongjian Laozu's flying sword slashed, the Water Shura condensed again. Its figure seemed a little illusory. Obviously, the 18 blood swords that Tongjian Laozu used just now did not just force the Water Shura to retreat. The situation is not good. Smoke bewitching Laozu was the assistant of Sanming Laozu and Tongjian Laozu. Although she didn't directly participate in the battle with the two Shura, it was because of her assistance and support that they managed to maintain a balance with the two Blood Shura. It was also because she didn't directly join the battle that she could see the formation of both sides more clearly. These two Azuras are obviously using their innate abilities to fight with the three of us. taking the opportunity to weaken our true essence and magic power. After our true essence is depleted, these two Asuras can rely on the spirit treasures in their hands to win. These two Asuras are very clever. Smoke bewitching Laozu's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, but Tongjian Laozu didn't listen to it. Instead, he looked at Jiang Tianlin Laozu, who was entangled with a black fog in the distance, and said worriedly, "It's a pity that martial nephew Jiang is entangled with a devil Shura. It seems that they are evenly matched. If we can't get rid of the entanglement of these two Shura, we will definitely be defeated by them one by one." The fire above Sanming Laozu's head soared, forming a three-colored ring of fire in the sky, blocking the spiritual treasure in Feng Shura's hand. The 3 oil lamps above Sanming Laozu's head flickered and were almost blown out by a gust of cold wind. Sanming Laozu's face flickered with the oil lamps. Taking advantage of the opportunity to catch his breath, Sanming Laozu sighed and said, "I don't know how the disciples we brought are now. I hope they have escaped from the encirclement of the Shura and Devil Shura." The 3 ancestral patriarchs scanned the area with their divine will. By now, they knew that there were still many core forging and blood condensation Asuras and demonic cultivators hiding nearby. They formed a circle from afar. However, because both sides were in the Dharma stage, these low-level Asuras and demonic cultivators couldn't interfere. Tongjian Laozu and Yanshou Laozu didn't say anything. Obviously, they knew that if their disciples were surrounded, they would most likely be dead. At this moment, a violent spatial vibration came from the direction of the battle between Jiang Tianlin and the Devil Shura. The divine senses of the two sides couldn't help but peep at the other side of the battlefield. They saw Jiang Tianlin Laozu suddenly use 108 natal magic treasures to form a huge myriadwood forest. In the sky above the myriadwood forest, a mirror that was like a full moon hung high in the sky. A green beam of light shot out from the mirror, nailing the Devil Shura in the air. At this time, Jiang Tianlin also used all his Jinyuan to resist the struggling Devil Shura in the green light, but he couldn't find the time to launch the final attack on the Devil Shura. What was going on? Tongjian Laozu and the other 2 were somewhat puzzled. The 3 of them were being held back by the Shura. Could it be that someone would suddenly appear at this time and launch the final attack on the Devil Shura? Yanshou Laozu reacted the fastest. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but before she could cry out in alarm, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the clear sky. In the midst of the Devil Shura's mournful cry, a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky. The constantly struggling black fog was like snow in the morning sun. In an instant, most of the black fog was split apart by the thunderbolt, revealing the silhouette of a human figure and a pair of green eyes. Chapter 684. Why was Yuan family known as the #1 family in Middle-earth? The identity of Peng Doran's direct descendant had granted Yuan family a noble status, and the unique Thunder bloodline power was indeed powerful. However, these were not enough for Yuan family to firmly occupy the title of the #1 family in the world of cultivation for tens of thousands of years. Yuan family's bloodline power was special, but the other bloodlines of Peng Doran, such as the Kuan fish and the Cloud Rock, the primitive crocodile and the green sea snake bloodlines of Jiao Daran, the tyrant turtle bloodline of Priest Gui, the Fire Luan and Wood Luan bloodlines of Luan Daoist, and so on, the quality of these bloodlines was not weaker than the Thunder bloodline of Yuan family. In terms of inherited powers, the Thunder bloodline of Yuan family was indeed marvelous, but the inherited powers of the 5 great sects in Middle-earth and the Crystal Palace of East Sea were not any weaker than the inherited powers of Yuan family. However, for tens of thousands of years, Yuan family had still firmly occupied the title of the #1 family. Whether it was the 6 great sects in the world of cultivation, or the direct bloodline of the 7th patriarch, among spirit creature cultivators, no one had ever come out to question or challenge the position of the #1 family in Yuan family. On the contrary, Yuan family had also enjoyed a high prestige among these great sects and powerful clans. What did they rely on? They relied on the unique Thunder bloodline of Yuan family and the Thunder magic inherited from Peng Daran. Thanks to these lightning-type abilities, The Yuan family had made great contributions to the cultivation world when the Shura and Xiao-mo cultivators had ravaged the world of cultivation in the past. Although the Yuan clan's lightning techniques weren't necessarily much stronger than the techniques inherited from the major clans, the Yuan clan's unique lightning attribute bloodline made the Yuan clan's lightning techniques the #1 lightning technique in the cultivation world. According to legends, Azura and Devil cultivators were formed from the origin of this world. Every few 100,000 or even 2,000 or 3,000 years, they would appear in the cultivation world on a large scale to wreak havoc on the world. These strange creatures with innate abilities had an absolute advantage in battles between cultivators of the same level. And the only thing that could restrain them was the lightning technique. This was especially true for devil cultivators. They were born to devour souls, so they were naturally restrained by all kinds of lightning techniques and divine abilities. Because of this, every time a great tribulation descended and the world of cultivation was plunged into a reign of terror, the Yuan clan's lightning technique, which could be said to be the #1 lightning technique in the cultivation world, became a decisive force to restrain Azura and devil cultivators. A large sect might be several times stronger than the Yuan clan, but when a great tribulation descended, their role wouldn't even be half of the Yuan clan's. From this, it could be seen how important the Yuan clan was in the cultivation world. Moreover, the Yuan clan seemed to be very willing to contribute their strength in every great tribulation. Every time a great tribulation descended, the cultivators of the Yuan clan could always be seen at the forefront of the battle against Azura and devil cultivators. And after every great tribulation, the Yuan clan's talents would wither and their strength would be greatly damaged. Because of this, the Yuan clan's status didn't only come from their strength, but also from their selfless dedication to the cultivation world when a great tribulation descended. The reason why the top 6 martial institutions were recognized by the cultivation world was probably because of their dominating power. However, the reason why the Yuan family was recognized by the cultivation world was not only because of their rich resources, noble bloodline, and powerful heritage, but also because of their benevolence and righteousness, which had saved them from the most dangerous situations. The Yuan clan's lightning technique had such a great effect in restraining Azura and devil cultivators during the Great Tribulation. It wasn't that no one in the cultivation world wanted to obtain the lightning technique inheritance from the Yuan clan, but, without exception, they all failed. It wasn't that they didn't obtain the Yuan clan's inheritance, but because they didn't have the lightning attribute bloodline of the Yuan clan. Even if they could cultivate these lightning technique inheritance, they would always be weaker than the cultivators of the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan's bloodline was inherited from the head of the 7th patriarch, Prung Daoren. This lightning attribute bloodline was only possessed by the Prung bloodline of the 7th patriarch, and Prung Daoren only passed this bloodline to the Yuan clan. It wasn't that no one cultivated the lightning technique inheritance in the cultivation world. Aside from the Yuan clan, there were actually many lightning technique inheritance in the cultivation world. For example, Lu Ping's water attribute bloodline could also be used to cultivate the divine Kuei water lightning among the lightning technique inheritance. At the beginning, this kind of technique was called the lightning fall technique, lightning palm, and so on. They were mostly the same, but once its power rose to the level of a small technique, it would become the Yin Kuei water lightning, and when it rose to the level of a great technique inheritance, it would be called the divine Kuei water lightning. However, whether it was the Yin Kuei water lightning or the divine Kuei water lightning, in the hands of the Yuan clan, the power of this kind of technique would be 30% more powerful than other cultivators. Moreover, for a water attribute bloodline like Lu Ping, apart from the Yin Kuei water lightning, other lightning technique inheritance, such as the divine Kuei water lightning and the divine Kuei earth lightning, couldn't be cultivated directly. However, the cultivators of the Yuan clan were clearly not subject to this restriction. Whether it was the divine Kuei water lightning, 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 or the divine Kuei water lightning, as long as it was a lightning technique inheritance, the cultivators of the Yuan clan could cultivate it more easily than other cultivators. Moreover, the effect of the cultivation was still better than the cultivators of other bloodlines. Moreover, in addition to the various attributes of the divine Kuei water lightning, the cultivators of the Yuan clan could also cultivate a direct lightning technique inheritance. This lightning technique was not divided into the 5 elements, wind or ice. It could also be a fusion of the divine abilities of these attributes to form a non-attribute divine lightning similar to the lightning tribulation. It was also called the divine chaos, lightning by them. This kind of lightning technique was the true inherited divine ability of the Yuan clan that relied on the tens of thousands of years of bloodline inheritance to truly stabilize the clan's fate. In the hands of the cultivators of the Yuan clan, once this kind of divine ability was successfully cultivated, it would have the power of a great divine ability. If they could take it a step further, it would be a supreme lightning technique that would strike terror into the hearts of Asura and Devil cultivators. In the world of cultivation, other than the Thunder Gem Calabash, this kind of supreme lightning technique could only be cultivated by the disciples of the Yuan clan. As for the Thunder Gem Calabash, the legendary #1 divine weapon in the hands of Peng Daoren, it was said that its refining method had long been lost. It was also said that among the Kuan-Fish clan and the Yuan clan, there might still be fragments of the refining method passed down, but the people of the 2 clans had never acknowledged it. If the lightning technique could reach the level of a great divine ability, it would be able to have a certain restraining effect on Blood Shura and Blood Demon at the Dharma stage. However, the only thing that could really cause great damage to Blood Shura and Blood Demon in a battle of powers was the supreme lightning technique. In the face of this lightning technique, regardless of whether it was a devil cultivator, an Asura, or a spirit treasure in the Asura's possession, they would all suffer great damage. This was especially true for devil cultivators and Asura's spirit treasures. Needless to say, devil cultivators were naturally more restrained by the lightning technique than Asura. However, the accompanying magic treasures of Asura, although after Asura reached the Dharma stage of Blood Shura, their accompanying magic treasures would also be upgraded to the level of spirit treasures. However, these accompanying spirit treasures only had the power of spirit treasures, but had not been tempered by the thunder, so they did not have the spirituality of a real spirit treasure. Therefore, the accompanying spirit treasures of Asura were most restrained by the lightning technique, and even Asura were restrained by the lightning technique. To a large extent, this was because the accompanying magic treasures and accompanying spirit treasures of Asura would lose most of their power under the attack of the lightning technique, and even Asura's own strength would be suppressed by more than half. Therefore, during the battle between Jiang Tianlin and Devil cultivators, after receiving a telepathic message from Lu Ping, who had snuck into the vicinity of the battle with the help of the stone armor and the 5 elements cloud robe, Jiang Tianlin and Devil cultivators immediately used this method of mutual confinement, which seemed unwise to outsiders. This gave Lu Ping the opportunity to command the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash to use the Great Magic Thunder technique to directly hit the defenseless Devil cultivator, causing great damage. The appearance of the Great Thunder technique not only severely injured the defenseless Blood Demon in one fell swoop, but also shocked the 2 Blood Asuras who were besieging the 3 ancestors. They hurriedly withdrew their symbiotic spiritual treasures that they used to attack. Having grown into Blood Shuras, they naturally knew the damage that the Great Magic Thunder technique could do to their accompanying spiritual treasures. Reinforcements had arrived. The eyes of Tong Jian Laozu and the other 2 lit up. This time, the 3 of them did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 Blood Shuras withdrew their respective spiritual treasures, they rushed out of the pincer attack of the 2 practitioners and joined Jiang Tianlin and Laozu. Because Tong Jian and Laozu were protecting the 2 wings behind Sanming Laozu, who was at the front, without hesitation, the sparks from the 3 oil lamps above his head once again formed a 3-colored ring of fire. He threw it at the Blood Devil, who had been severely injured by the Great Magic Thunder technique. The Blood Devil, who had been severely injured by Lu Ping's 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash, also knew that it had reached the moment of life and death. The black fog that had been dispersed by Lu Ping gradually thickened again, wrapping its looming body again. However, Lu Ping, who was still hiding on the side, found that the thick fog around the blood devil had gradually been dyed with a layer of red. Just when Lu Ping secretly wondered if his blow had really seriously injured the blood devil, something suddenly happened to the blood devil, who was watching Sanming Laozu's three-colored ring of fire that was about to descend. With a shrill roar, a brighter red fog suddenly gushed out of the pale red fog, turning the entire fog into a bright red blood fog. With the help of this blood fog, the dispirited state of the blood fog after being struck by the lightning seemed to suddenly recover to its original state. Under the double suppression of Jiang Tianlin Laozu's myriad woods encirclement and the abundant void mirror, the blood devil suddenly broke free and escaped from the Sanming Laozu's three-colored ring of fire by a hair's breadth. However, under the burning of the Sanming Laozu's three-colored ring of fire, the blood fog around the blood devil seemed to suddenly become flammable. It suddenly turned into a blood-red fireball, melting away most of the blood fog around the blood devil. The blood devil's body, which was hidden in the blood fog, was once again revealed. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared above the blood devil's head, silently falling in the direction where the blood devil was hiding. It had to be said that Lu Ping's grasp of timing was excellent, and the control of all this was due to Lu Ping's experience in life and death battles, as well as his tyrannical divine sense that was comparable to that of a Dharma manifestation stage cultivator. This Xiaoma was obviously not easy to deal with. Although it had been seriously injured, it still escaped Lu Ping's sneak attack. However, looking at the Xiaoma's barely dodging figure, Lu Ping knew that this Xiaoma was probably an arrow at the end of its flight. However, what Lu Ping did not know was that it was precisely because this blood devil had sensed Lu Ping's tyrannical divine sense that the blood devil had an illusion that there was still a Dharma manifestation stage cultivator hiding nearby, ready to attack at any time. Just as the blood devil broke free from Jiang Tianlin Laozu's imprisonment, Jiang Tianlin Laozu's mouth began to overflow with blood because the Forest of Trees spell had been broken. However, Jiang Tianlin Laozu knew that this was not the time to estimate his own injuries. Jiang Tianlin raised the 108 leaves again, and the Forest of Trees spell was reformed. Once again, it enveloped the blood devil. At the same time, the effulgent treasured mirror kept spinning above his head, ready to shoot out the light of imprisonment at any time. After the blood devil was imprisoned again, it would create an opportunity for Lu Ping to use his thunder spell. The blood devil looked at Jiang Tianlin Laozu, who was opposite him, and was shocked. He had the experience of killing several early Dharma manifestation stage human cultivators, but Jiang Tianlin was the first human cultivator of the same level who could face him head-on. At this time, he was already seriously injured. If he allowed the blood devil to imprison him again, the Dharma manifestation stage cultivator hiding in the side would definitely appear again. It was very likely that the Xiaoma clan wanted nothing more than to exterminate the Dharma manifestation stage cultivator. The Xiaoma clan suddenly screamed at the two blood shuras who were chasing up to Tong Jian Laozu and Yan Zhan Laozu. Jiang Tianlin Laozu shouted, "They're trying to escape." As soon as Jiang Tianlin Laozu's voice fell, Tong Jian Laozu and Yan Zhan Laozu tightened their grip, and they could not help but increase the intensity of their attacks. In the void next to Jiang Tianlin Laozu, 7 small lightning spells burst forth in a row. Yin Thunder of Gingjin, Yin Thunder of Wood, Yin Thunder of Kuei Water. This made the blood devil believe that there was a practitioner of the Yuan clan hiding nearby. Therefore, the blood devil no longer hesitated, and a large blood-colored net suddenly appeared in midair, covering Jiang Tianlin and the other 3 Laozu. At this time, the 4 Laozu were really afraid of the blood devil's methods, and they all focused their attention on the large net. The blood devil turned into a mass of blood-colored light and disappeared in the sky. The 2 blood shuras also took this opportunity to shake off the 2 Laozus, Tong Jian and Yan Zhan, and disappeared in midair in a flash. Lu Ping's 7 small lightning spells fell on the large blood-colored net. There was no need for the 4 Laozus to do anything, and the large net turned into a mass of water vapor amidst the raging lightning and disappeared in midair. Tong Jian Laozu's divine sense spread out with lingering fear, deeply afraid that the Shura had not gone far, but was hiding and ready to attack at any time. At the same time, he asked Jiang Tianlin, could it be a practitioner of the Yuan clan? Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled and said to the void beside him, Martial Nephew Liu, come out. Under the surprised gazes of the other three Laozus, Lu Ping appeared in front of everyone in a long robe. The cloudy light five elements robe was the best at changing forms, and Lu Ping did not want to reveal the treasure on his body, so he turned the five elements robe into an ordinary long robe. After repelling 2 blood Azuras and 1 blood demon, the core forging Azuras that were hiding in the surroundings retreated. Jiang Tianlin and the others had expended a lot of true essence and spiritual energy during the fierce battle. At this time, they no longer had the mood to chase after these Earth Azuras. Jiang Tianlin looked at Lu Ping and asked, how did you find this place? Lu Ping told him about the attack on spiritual master Xian Sun and the others. Jiang Tianlin Laozu's expression immediately changed, and he immediately wanted to return to the rocky cave. However, because of the other three Laozus, Jiang Tianlin could not tell them the secret of the rocky cave, so he could only pretend that he did not care. However, there was no need for Jiang Tianlin Laozu to say anything. After hearing that even the strongest core forging stage cultivator, Jinling, had suffered such a great disaster, the other Laozus could not help but want to leave. It must be known that although the various sects had sent their core forging stage cultivators with the highest hopes of advancing to the Dharma phase, each of the core forging stage cultivators had been nurtured with great effort. If they were to fall, the losses would be small, but the Dharma phase cultivators would have no successors. Moreover, after the trip to Yingtian Dojo, each of the core forging stage cultivators had gained a lot. This kind of loss was not something the sects could bear. Tong Jian Laozu was the first to speak. Martial Nephew Jiang, the matter at Yingtian Dojo has come to an end. The Shuras are wreaking havoc here, so we need to leave as soon as possible to prevent our disciples from getting into trouble. With Tong Jian Laozu taking the lead, Sanming Laozu and Smoky Laozu also said their goodbyes. Jiang Tianlin also knew that the three Laozus were anxious at the moment, so he said, I did not expect to encounter the Shuras and the Shuras on the trip to Yingtian Dojo. Fortunately, everyone was out of danger, and I believe that the disciples of the various sects have also escaped from this disaster. It seems that the situation in Central Plains has really deteriorated. After the three of you call back your disciples, if there is no other private matter, it is best that you travel together and return to the North Sea together. This way, you will be safer. Presumably, because of the Shura's rampage, 3 Dharma phase adepts traveling together will not attract too much attention. However, after the 3 of you return to the North Sea, if you have time, please make a trip to Tianling Mountain. The 3 of them thought about it for a while and knew that Jiang Tianlin Laozu's words were the most appropriate, so they all nodded. Tong Jian Laozu asked straightforwardly, Martial Nephew Jiang, why don't you return to the North Sea with us? If the 4 of us travel together, our safety will be more guaranteed. Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled helplessly and said, I still have a mission from the sect, so I'm afraid I will have to return a little later. However, I believe that with the 3 of you traveling together, it will be difficult to encounter a sneak attack from 2 blood Shuras and 1 blood demon again. After bidding farewell to the 3 Laozus, Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin Laozu hurried back to the rocky cave abode. Looking at the 3 unconscious people, Jiang Tianlin Laozu asked anxiously, how are they? Lu Ping's expression was solemn as he said, Uncle Xian Chen is fine. Uncle Xian Su has been continuously injured, but his foundation has not been damaged. After resting for 3 to 5 years, with the help of my elixirs, it should not be a problem. Only Uncle Xian Sen's divine will has been damaged. Although there is no danger to his life, I am afraid that condensing the golden elixir will be delayed for another 10 years. Chapter 685. Xian Zhuzhenren panicked and asked, Nephew Lu, didn't you say that Sister Xuanzhen's will was damaged, but Brother Xuanzhen's injury is not serious? Lu Ping sighed and said, Uncle, the situation was urgent. I only did a quick check and saw that Uncle Xuanzhen's life was not in danger. That's why I said that. Sister Xuanzhen's will was indeed damaged, but it was not as serious as Uncle Schwanson's. Xianju Zhenren wanted to say something, but Jiang Tianlin Laozu spoke first. Is there a way to save him? Delaying condensing the golden elixir for decades is not a small matter. Perhaps this delay will affect Brother Schwanson's hopes of entering the Dharma stage in the future. Lu Ping nodded and said, Actually, I just found a way. Xianju Zhenren asked anxiously, What way? Lu Ping rummaged through his storage device and found a jade slip. Jiang Tianlin Laozu recognized this jade slip as an item from the Yingtian sect, so he asked, Is this the method passed down by the Yingtian sect? Lu Ping nodded and said, The North Sea doesn't have a way to heal a cultivator who's been injured by a demon's innate skill. At least, our sect doesn't have one. But this time, we found this jade scroll in Yingtian Dojo. It contains a medicinal pill recipe that can save Junior Marshal Uncle Xian, Senator. Coincidentally, we also came across the main ingredient used to concoct this medicinal pill. I've already left a tracking mark on it, but I don't know if it's discovered it or not. After Lu Ping said that, he couldn't help but feel a little proud of his sudden inspiration. Jiang Tianlin Laozu narrowed his eyes and said in shock, You mean that demonic cultivator? Lu Ping saw that Jiang Tianlin and Laozu had a serious expression on their faces, so he said solemnly, Yes, it is. This elixir recipe is called the Soul Returning Elixir. It is a miraculous elixir for the Dharma stage. It uses the soul-devouring crystal of a Dharma stage blood demon as a catalyst, along with a few other precious 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and more than 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. It has a miraculous effect on healing the divine will of a cultivator who has been injured by demonic cultivation. The soul-devouring crystal was the foundation of the soul-devouring divine art that devil cultivators relied on. This was a method unique to devil cultivators. The soul-devouring crystal was condensed in the core space of a devil cultivator. Most devil cultivators would self-destruct their core space before they died, so it was usually necessary to kill a devil cultivator by surprise to obtain it. How long can Junior Brother Schwanson's injuries last? Disciple gave Marshal Uncle a pill to strengthen his divine sense. It can last for 3 days, but after 3 days, Marshal Uncle Xian Sen's divine sense will fade and his cultivation will decline. Only after a few decades of diligent cultivation will he be able to recover. Jiang Tianlin Laozu frowned and said, Only 3 days? That's not enough time to return to Tianling Mountain to gather more people. Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, Actually, we only have 1 to 2 days. After all, I've never cultivated this kind of soul return elixir before. If I want to be confident, I'll have to make 2 batches of elixirs. If I spend 2 days, I can only hope that I can successfully cultivate the first batch of elixirs. Xianju Zhenren mumbled, What should we do? After Donghua Laozu, Zhang Shi, and Lingyun Laozu broke out of the encirclement, they saw that Gu Chang Laozu, Changhe Laozu, and the rest had actually caught up to them again. Their faces turned pale with fright, and they did not have the time to think about what was the point of these people chasing after them anymore. With a flash of light, the 3 of them tried to escape again. However, before the 3 of them could escape, they saw 2 more streaks of light flying in their direction from the right. The 3 of them could not be more familiar with these 2 streaks of light. They were Feng Shutiao from Xianling sect and the Dharma adept from Feiling sect. When Feng Shutiao and Changhe Laozu saw Donghua Laozu and the rest in front of them, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. The 2 streaks of light that had originally been flying past the 3 of them suddenly changed direction and landed in the direction of the 3 of them. Zhang Shi seemed to realize something, and he turned around to look at the Dharma adepts who were chasing after them. His eyes shone with a strange light, and it was obvious that he was also using some kind of eye technique. Uncle. Zhang Shi's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, These people don't look like they're chasing us. Instead, it looks like they're being chased. Donghua Laozu's expression darkened, and he saw that Feng Shutiao and Changhe Laozu had already landed in front of the 3 of them. Without waiting for Donghua Laozu to ask any questions, Feng Shutiao said anxiously, Mr. Donghua, we can't go any further. A group of Azuras led by 3 blood Azuras and 2 blood demons is about to catch up to us. 3 blood Asuras and 2 blood demons? Feng Shutiao, are you sure? Dongguo Laozu's expression changed immediately, and his tone of voice was no longer as calm as before. Uncle, I'm afraid that what he said is true, and there's more to it than that. Dongguo Laozu looked in the direction that Zhang Shi was pointing in. Behind Gu Chang Laozu, Changhe Laozu, and the others, there were a few strange streaks of light flashing in quick succession. Chasing after Gu Chang Laozu and the others were 3 balls of black mist that shrank and shrank in size, emitting ear-piercing screeches as they flew. And behind these streaks of light that were obviously Dharma stage blood Asuras and blood demons, there were more than 10 streaks of light that were chasing after them. These streaks of light were obviously core forging stage Asuras, and within these streaks of light that were flying, thick black mist could be seen churning and churning. At this time, Gu Chang Laozu and the others had also noticed that Feng Shutiao and the others, who had just escaped, were actually standing some distance away from them. A look of confusion flashed across Gu Chang Laozu and the others' faces, and they were immediately filled with a sense of foreboding. A pincer attack, and they were surrounded. Lu Ping instructed Xuanju Zhenren to guard the cave abode again, and he and Jiang Tianlin did not have time to rest, and they once again left the rocky cave abode. Lu Ping used the Cloud Glow 5 Elements robe to surround him and Jiang Tianlin Laozu, and the two of them instantly disappeared into the sky. After flying out of the ocean-crossing boat, Lu Ping followed the mark that he had left on the blood demon that he had severely injured through the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd, and flew in the direction that he had returned to. After a moment, Jiang Tianlin Laozu frowned slightly and said, "Why is the direction that we are heading towards the source of the Ying River? Could it be that after those Asuras retreated, they are also heading towards the Ying Tian Dojo?" Lu Ping's face also darkened, and he did not speak. Along the way, the number of Asuras that appeared had suddenly increased, and as the two of them went deeper, the number of Asuras increased, and the cultivation of the Asuras also increased. Among them, there were even some late core forging stage Asuras, and there were even some late core forging stage Asuras whose will was not weaker than that of ordinary Dharma adepts. Lu Ping had to carefully use his will, which was also comparable to that of a Dharma adept, and the miraculous Cloud Glow 5 Elements robe, to avoid the attention of these Asuras and demon Asuras along the way, so as to avoid attracting the attention of even stronger Asuras and demon Asuras. At this moment, there was suddenly a continuous roar of spells in front of them. The two of them looked at each other, and Lu Ping nodded, a look of joy on his face. He said, "It's over there." Jiang Tianlin Laozu's slightly pale face smiled slightly, and he said, "Looks like our luck is not bad. Perhaps there is a chance that we can take advantage of." Chasing behind Gu Chang Laozu and the other Dharma adepts were 6 blood Asuras and 3 blood demons. In addition, there were also dozens of core forging stage Asuras and demon Asuras. As they flew, they formed a mysterious formation, and they secretly surrounded Gu Chang Laozu and the others from both sides. The dozens of core forging stage adepts that Ying He, Dao Yu, and Ying Shan had used to form a formation to ambush the various North Sea sects did not follow. Looking at Changhe Laozu and the others, who looked as if they had lost their parents, it was obvious that these adepts had been killed by the Shura army's sudden attack. Gu Chang Laozu was the first to land in front of the 5 North Sea Laozu. At this time, he had already seen the strange light that was chasing after Feng Shutao and the others. It was the same light that the blood Asuras and blood demons were chasing after them. How could he not know that they had already been surrounded by the Shura and demon Asuras? Behind the Asuras that were flying towards them, there were also dozens of lights that spread out like stars in the sky, gradually forming a huge encirclement with the dozens of lights that were coming from behind them. Let's not mess up our previous grievances. Let's face the enemy together, how about that? Gu Chang Laozu made a prompt decision. Compared to the Shura and demon Asuras in front of them, the human adepts were clearly at a disadvantage, and there was clearly no reason for them to fight amongst themselves. That's how it should be. Dongguo Laozu was, after all, older than Feng Shutao in terms of seniority. This time, Feng Shutao did not object. Lu Ping led Jiang Tianlin and Laozu to a place where the battle was taking place, just within the range of his divine will. Here, with the cover of the 5 elements cloudy robe, Lu Ping was not afraid of attracting the attention of the human Dharma adepts, the 11 blood Asuras, and the 5 blood demons, who were fully focused on the battle. Only Zhang Tianlin Laozu glanced at Lu Ping and raised his eyebrows. This distance was just within the range of his divine will, and the reason that Lu Ping had stopped here was obviously not because he had already understood the range of his divine will, but because there was an 80% chance that his divine will could also cover such a long distance. Zhang Tianlin was very clear about the level of his own divine will. Although he had not specifically trained his divine will could not be compared to that of the mid-Dharma adepts, but it was still considered quite good among the adepts of the same level. However, now that Lu Ping had stopped the boat here, this meant that this lad's divine will was not weaker than that of most Dharma adepts. On the contrary, it was very likely that it was slightly stronger. Originally, there were only 9 blood Shuras and 4 blood demons surrounding Guchang Laozu and Donghua Laozu. However, Guchang Laozu, Donghua Laozu, and the rest combined forces to form a total of 13 Dharma adepts. Guchang Laozu was also a mid-Dharma adept, so the group of them combined forces to deal with the attacks of the Shuras and demonic Shuras. If not for the fact that there were close to 100 core forging stage Shuras and demonic Shuras forming a large formation and harassing them from all sides, perhaps Guchang Laozu and the rest would have already broken out of the encirclement. However, after a short period of time, the situation suddenly changed. 2 blood Shuras and 1 blood demon suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Although one of the blood demons looked to be in a bad condition and could only support the attacks of the other Shuras and demonic Shuras on the outside, with the addition of these 3 Dharma adepts, the situation took a turn for the worse for Guchang Laozu and the rest. With the spiritual treasures in their hands, the 13 Dharma adepts of the human race were immediately at a disadvantage. At this time, Yuan Lai from the Yuan family began to display the power of his thunder techniques in front of the many Shuras and demonic Shuras. All kinds of thunder techniques flickered in the sky with different colors of light, wreaking havoc on the surrounding Shuras and demonic Shuras, causing the surrounding Shuras and demonic Shuras to hide in fear. The Shuras and demonic Shuras that had previously surrounded the human race also gave up on attacking Yuan Lai. It could be said that no one was able to stop him. The Dharma adepts and demonic Shuras were able to dodge, but the core forging stage Shuras and demonic Shuras that had formed a large formation to help surround the human race cultivators were not so lucky. In the explosion of the thunder techniques, many core forging stage Shuras could not dodge in time and were turned to dust by the thunder, disappearing from the world. As for the core forging stage demonic Shuras that were struck by Yuan Lai's thunder, the black fog surrounding the demonic Shuras was like snow that had come into contact with boiling water, disappearing completely, revealing extremely handsome or extremely ferocious faces. However, these faces had one thing in common, and that was that they were pale, extremely sickly pale. If not for Yuan Lai's sudden outburst, with the addition of the 3 Dharma adepts, the 13 human Dharma adepts would most likely have collapsed long ago. Everyone, we only need to hold on for an hour. The old man has already sent out a jade talisman to request reinforcements. After an hour, the Gu family's Dharma adepts, as well as the sects that have Dharma adepts in the surrounding 10,000 miles of the Yingshan mountain range, will receive the news and rush over. At that time, we'll be able to defeat this group of Shuras and escape. Guchang Laozu saw that everyone was struggling to hold on and could not help but speak up to encourage them. However, Donghua Laozu, Feng Shutao, and the rest exchanged looks and remained silent, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. They were not going to chase the wolves away from the front door and let the tigers in from the back. Just at that moment, something strange happened again. The heavily injured blood demon, who had been cruising in the periphery to coordinate with the other blood Asuras and blood demons in besieging the human race cultivators, had just flown to a spot in the air where he was temporarily separated from the core forging stage Asuras who had formed a large formation to assist in besieging these human race cultivators, when a familiar yet terrifying green light suddenly appeared and nailed him in the air. Without waiting for the blood demon to struggle, The familiar Myriad Woods net wall immediately appeared and completely imprisoned the blood demon in midair. In the past, Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zu had been able to imprison the blood demon even when they were fighting face to face. Now, the severely injured blood demon was imprisoned even more tightly than before. Everything had happened extremely abruptly, and Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zu had concealed their presence extremely well. As a result, the other blood shuras and blood demons were unable to react in time when the blood demon was pinned in midair by Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zu. How could the core forging stage shuras and blood demons that were roaming around them break through Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zu's imprisonment? The imprisoned blood demon knew very well what was going to happen next. Before he was severely injured, he was unable to break through Jiang Tianlin and Lao Zu's imprisonment. Although Jiang Tianlin was also slightly injured now, his injuries were undoubtedly much lighter than the blood demon's. Hence, the blood demon did not have the strength to break through the imprisonment. At this moment, the blood demon could only place his last hope on the other blood demons and blood shuras who were not far away from him. However, the besieged human cultivators were all very astute. When they saw one of the blood fiends being ambushed, they instinctively assumed that reinforcements had arrived. Thus, their attacks intensified as they did everything they could to pin down the blood fiend before them so that the reinforcements could successfully kill off the blood fiend cultivator at the Dharma form stage. Only Donghua Laozu, Feng Shutao, and the other North Sea cultivators hesitated for a moment when they saw the Myriad Woods net wall formed by 108 leaf treasures and the familiar green pillar of light. Then, they also began to attack their opponents with all their might. Although they could not figure out why Jiang Tianlin would help them, it was not the time for them to wonder. Perhaps they would break through the blood demon's blockade at this moment. However, what happened next gave Yuan Lai a slight shock. A bolt of purple lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky and struck the head of the imprisoned blood demon in one fell swoop. An incomparably miserable howl rang out, piercing toward the divine sense of all the cultivators present like flying needles. Everyone felt waves of piercing pain in their heads. Fortunately, these people had already condensed their Dharma powers, and their divine sense was stable and solid, so it did not cause too much damage. Yuan Lai stared blankly at the bolt of lightning before suddenly asking, "May I ask which branch of the family you are from?" "I, Yuan Lai, am here to greet you." Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the power of the bolt of lightning that had already severely injured a blood demon. When they heard Yuan Lai's question, their eyes lit up. At this moment, Yuan Lai's role in the crowd was no less than that of Gu Chong Laozu, who was at the mid-Dharma stage. If another Dharma disciple from the Yuan clan joined the fray, with the famous lightning spells of the Yuan clan, they would definitely be able to break through the siege of these blood demons and blood demons. They might even be able to inflict serious damage on them. However, the other party had hidden himself, as if he did not want to reveal his presence. The air around the neck of the blood demon, who was on the verge of death, rippled slightly, and the head of the blood demon suddenly shot up into the sky. Then, the headless body of the blood demon disappeared. Gu Chong Laozu and the rest had been filled with hope that the Dharma adept hiding in the dark would come to their rescue after killing the blood demon. They waited for a long time, but they did not see the Dharma adept hiding in the dark make a move. Everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. Only Donghua Laozu and the rest looked extremely calm, as if they had already expected this outcome. Gu Chong Laozu looked at the silent Yuan Lai with some disappointment and asked softly, "Brother Yuan, wasn't that a disciple of your clan? Why did you leave us in the lurch?" Yuan Lai's hand flicked out 7 to 8 lightning spells in a row, relieving Laozu of the continuous attacks. He smiled and said, "Even I can't explain the matters of the Yuan clan." Gu Chong Laozu replied with an oath and did not pursue the matter further. He obviously did not believe Yuan Lai's explanation. However, when he saw that Yuan Lai was calm and did not seem to be angered by the fact that his clan's disciples did not come to his rescue, the doubts in his heart grew even deeper. Could it really not be a disciple of the Yuan clan who was passing by? But what was up with that purple lightning that was obviously much more powerful than the ordinary 5 elements lightning spell, the divine thunder of ice, and the divine thunder of wind? At this moment, more than 10 strong beams of light suddenly shot up from the southern skies, heading in the direction of the battle. Gu Chang Laozu was overjoyed, and he immediately threw all his doubts to the back of his mind. He shouted, "Our reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, let's hold these demonic creatures back and work together with our friends who are rushing over to help. We must get our revenge today." Donghua Laozu and the others moved their lips, and it was unclear what they were discussing. Just as the flowing light from the south arrived and the blood Shura and demonic Shuras were about to retreat in chaos, the Donghua elder and the other 4 Dharma adepts suddenly took the opportunity to attack together, severely injuring one of the blood Shuras in front of them and forcing the other blood Shura and a blood demon to retreat, creating an opening in the original encirclement. The flowing light beneath the feet of the 5 of them rose up and fled towards the east without looking back. Gu Chang Laozu and the others had actually been on guard against Donghua Laozu and the others, but the reinforcements were not aware of this. In the midst of the chaos, Donghua Laozu and the others had the opportunity to escape, and Gu Chang Laozu and the others could not stop them now. Once they did, Donghua Laozu and the others would definitely retaliate, and the situation that had been turned around because of the arrival of the reinforcements would probably be reversed in an instant. Chapter 686. After obtaining the Na Chuan Cauldron, what level had Lu Ping's alchemy skills reached? Lu Ping did not rely on treasures like the purple crystal royal jelly that could be used to increase the success rate of alchemy. Instead, he simply relied on the magic cauldron, the Na Chuan Cauldron, and the high-grade earth-level red spirit flame to start refining the soul return elixir. One day later, Zhang Tianlin Laozu held the only soul return elixir that Lu Ping had refined. He looked at the gray elixir suspiciously and said, "This is the soul return elixir?" Lu Ping nodded with certainty and said, "This is the soul return elixir. After the blood demon's soul crystal is crushed into powder, it can support the refining of 2 batches of soul return elixir. It's a pity that I only managed to refine one in my first batch." Zhang Tianlin nodded and said, "I didn't expect the calamity to have reached such a level. Last night, I sneaked into the Yingshan mountain range again and found that the Yinghe, Yingshan, and Daoyu sects had already become ruins. The disciples in the sects were probably all dead or injured. Not many people could escape. Although the strength of these 3 sects was not as strong as the 9 great sects of the North Sea, they were still much stronger than some of the independent forces in the North Sea that had Dharma adepts. However, they were destroyed in the blink of an eye. If the North Sea cultivation world faced a calamity as strong as the one in the Central Plains, I'm afraid that the North Sea cultivation world would be destroyed." Xian Zhuzhenren, who was at the side, saw that Lu Ping had really refined the soul return elixir. He said, "These few days, I have also read many books passed down by the Ying Tian sect. There are some records about previous calamities. However, according to these records, it seems that this time's calamity is very different from the past." "Oh?" Zhang Tianlin Laozu's expression was solemn as he asked, "Junior sister, what did you discover?" Taoist Master Xianzhu said, "There are strong and weak great tribulations in the past. Sometimes, only the Azura will wreak havoc, and sometimes, only the devil cultivators will run amok. When the Azura and devil cultivators appear together, the impact of such a great tribulation on the cultivation world will undoubtedly be huge. After each great tribulation, the cultivation world will need to recuperate for hundreds of years to recover." Zhang Tianlin and Lu Ping nodded. They also knew about these things, but looking at Taoist Xianzhu's expression, it was obvious that there was more. Taoist Master Xianzhu continued, "The problem lies in the ratio of Azura and demonic cultivators joining hands in this great calamity." "Ratio?" Zhang Tianlin and Lu Ping were confused. "Yes." Taoist Master Xianzhu said with certainty, "From what you just said, the Azura and demon cultivator tide that happened in the Ying mountain range this time has a very high proportion of demon cultivators. Jiang Tianlin and Lu Ping seemed to have thought of something. Taoist master Xian Zhu continued to explain, in the past great tribulations, the number of Asuras far exceeded the number of devil cultivators. Even if the two of them joined hands, it would be good if there were 1 or 2 devil cultivators among the 7 or 8 Asuras. But today, there were 2 Dharma plane Asuras and 1 devil cultivator that surrounded you. Afterward, there were a total of 11 Dharma plane Asuras that surrounded the Central Plains cultivators, Feng Shidao, Donghua, and the others. Every time a great calamity occurs, the degree of destruction is often determined by the number of demonic cultivators. If the number of demonic cultivators in this great calamity reaches the ratio of yesterday's number, then this great calamity might be the most severe calamity in the cultivation world since the 7 heaven-splitting patriarchs. Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, and Lu Ping's expressions turned ugly. Clearly, Taoist master Xian Zhu's discovery and deduction were very likely. Of course, Taoist master Xian Zhu had clearly seen the expressions on their faces, so he continued, "This is only one great tribulation that happened in the Yingshan mountain range. It cannot represent the number and ratio of Asura and devil cultivators in the entire cultivation world. Perhaps this is just an isolated incident between the Asura and devil cultivators." Despite Taoist master Xian Zhu's words, both Jiang Tianlin and Lu Ping could only prepare for the worst. Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, looked at Lu Ping and said, "I'm afraid you'll have to refine more of the soul return pills." Lu Ping's expression was solemn. That should be the case. However, the difficulty of refining the soul return pill is secondary. The key is the difficulty of refining the soul-devouring crystal. To refine the soul return pill, you must use the soul-devouring crystal of a blood demon at the Dharma law stage. I'm sure you've seen how difficult it is to deal with a blood demon. However, more importantly, demonic Asuras rarely appear alone in the cultivation world. Usually, a demonic Asuras are always followed by 1 or 2 blood Asuras of the same level. 1 blood demon is already so difficult to deal with. If there were 1 or 2 blood Asuras of the same level, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, listened to Lu Ping's words and looked a little gloomy. Once the tribulation began, it would inevitably affect the North Sea. If it was really like what Taoist master Xian Zhu had said before, there would certainly be many cultivators who would be harmed by the devil cultivator's soul-devouring magic. If Xinling had prepared enough soul return pills in advance, then Xinling would certainly preserve more of his strength during this great tribulation. Hearing Lu Ping's words, Jiang Tianlin realized that he had taken it for granted. After listening to Taoist master Xian Zhu's speculation, Lu Ping did not dare to waste any more of the remaining half of the soul-devouring crystal. The next day, when Lu Ping refined the soul return pill, he used the amethyst royal jelly brewed by the amethyst queen bee, Zilan, who had advanced to the core forging stage. After opening the alchemy furnace, Lu Ping obtained 3 soul return pills. A few days later, Taoist master Xian Sun, who had taken the soul return pill, finally woke up. Although his face still looked a little pale, the injury to his divine will had actually healed by more than half. His strength had already recovered by 80 to 90%. As long as he carefully recuperated for a few more months, Taoist master Xian Sen's cultivation would return to its peak. As for Taoist master Xian Chen and Taoist master Xian Su, with Lu Ping by their side, their injuries also recovered very quickly. In the days after recovering, Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, and the others were not in a hurry to return to the North Sea. Instead, everyone began to bury their heads in sorting out their harvest from the Yingtian dojo, immersing themselves in the world of cultivation. On this day, a 5-colored brilliance suddenly flashed in the rock cave. The array formation that covered the entire cave suddenly began to collapse under the sweeping 5-colored brilliance. Not good. In the stone room, Lu Ping was cultivating and consolidating his cultivation, which had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the core forging realm due to the refinement of the pure yang soul. Suddenly, he noticed the change in the cave. He hurriedly injected a stream of true essence into the small stone incense burner that controlled the array formation of the entire cave. This caused the collapse of the array formation to slow down. At this moment, in the other stone room that emitted the five-colored brilliance, Taoist Master Xian Chun hurriedly made a few hand seals to reseal the five-colored brilliance. Taoist Master Xian Chun walked out of the other cave and found a few items from his storage magic tool. With a wave of his hand, he threw them into the stone wall. Then, he made a few hand seals and shot an arc of light towards the array formation in the stone wall. The array formation that had originally been dissolved by the five-colored brilliance was restored to its original state. Taoist Master Xian Chen's movements in the stone room caused everyone to come out to check. They saw Taoist Master Xian Chen excitedly walking out of the stone room, holding a five-colored talisman that was half a foot long in his hand. This is... Everyone looked at the talisman in Taoist Master Xian Chen's hand and gasped. A five-colored restriction-breaking talisman. The talisman in Taoist Master Xian Chen's hand was actually a five-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Furthermore, looking at the surface of the talisman that had yet to calm down, it was clear that this five-colored restriction-breaking talisman had just been completed. Originally, in Jinling, only Tian Shuelaozu, who was at the mid-Dharma stage, could successfully create this talisman. Now, in the hands of Taoist Master Xian Chen, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the core forging stage, he had successfully created it. Lu Ping had a look of surprise on his face as he asked, "Senior uncle, you've managed to reach such a level in such a short period of time?" Lu Ping had no choice but to admit that Taoist Master Xian Chen's strength and adaptability were lacking. He was unable to become a cultivator in Jinling, but his talent in creating talismans was extremely high. It was no wonder that Tian Shuelaozu had accepted Taoist Master Xian Chen as her personal disciple and nurtured him to become the vice pavilion master of Jinling's talisman crafting pavilion. There was indeed a reason behind this. Lu Ping had also seen the complete set of restriction-breaking talismans. Within it, there were some records of the talisman crafting geniuses of the Ying Tian sect who had created the five-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Among them, the most talented disciple was at least at the 8th or 9th level of the core forging stage. It was clear that Taoist Master Xian Chen's talent in creating talismans was in no way inferior to the disciples of the large sections. Taoist Master Xian Chen proudly kept the five-colored restriction-breaking talisman in his hand and said, "This is all thanks to the complete set of restriction-breaking talismans that you've obtained. Otherwise, I, your senior uncle, would only be able to forcefully create the five-colored restriction-breaking talisman like Master did after advancing to the transcendent stage." Taoist Master Xian Su hurriedly asked, "Junior sister, can you also create the six-colored and seven-colored restriction-breaking talismans?" Taoist Master Xian Su rolled his eyes and said, "Senior brother, it's easy for you to say. If I pass this set of inheritance to Master, I believe that the six-colored and seven-colored restriction-breaking talismans will be able to be created very quickly. Right now, your junior sister's cultivation is not good enough. At most, I can only create the five-colored restriction-breaking talisman." Taoist Master Xian Su had already seen the power of the five-colored restriction-breaking talisman in the Ying Tian temple. It was also because he realized the usefulness of the high-grade restriction-breaking talisman in exploring ruins and treasures that Taoist Master Xian Su could not wait to ask about it. However, it is not easy to create this five-colored restriction-breaking talisman. This time, if it were not for the high-grade talisman papers that you all obtained from the Ying Tian temple and the talisman brush that senior brother Tianlin gave me, it would not have been easy to create this five-color restriction-breaking talisman. A green talisman brush, about a foot long, slowly rose from Taoist Master Xian Su's hand and danced happily around her. Taoist Master Xian Su continued, "If this talisman brush was in Master's hands, I'm afraid that he would be able to create a six-colored restriction-breaking talisman on the spot. It's just that when the talisman has more than 6 colors, these high-grade talisman papers will not be able to withstand the immense spiritual power contained within. Only a top-grade talisman paper that is made from the skin of a transcendence demonic cultivator or other treasures that can withstand the impact of the spiritual power will be able to create a 6-colored restriction-breaking talisman. Chapter 687. Xian Zhuzhenren's 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman made everyone excited. At this time, Jiang Tianlin Laozu asked, "Junior sister Xian Chen, I saw that you were able to repair the cave mansion's array in such a short time. It seems like you have gained a lot from the Ying Tian Temple." Everyone's attention had been focused on the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman that Daoist Xian Chen had drawn, so they did not notice that Daoist Xian Chen had resolved the 5-colored restriction-breaking talisman's corrosion on the cave abode's protective array formation with just a few hand seals. Hearing Patriarch Jiang Tianlin's words, everyone turned to look at Daoist Xian Chen in surprise. Xian Chen smiled slightly and said, "This time, we brought out a lot of legacy books related to array formations from the Ying Tian Temple. Many of them can be used to make up for the flaws in our sex array formation inheritance system, especially our sex array formation master inheritance. For thousands of years, no array formation master has been able to advance to the Dharma stage. After obtaining the Ying Tian sex array formation inheritance, we might be able to make up for this flaw." Jiang Tianlin Laozu's eyes lit up. "Junior sister, do you have the confidence to advance to the Dharma stage?" Perfected Xianchen laughed bitterly and said, "Senior, after all, my cultivation has already reached this stage. Even if I can use the legacy of the Ying Tian sect to make up for many of the flaws in my cultivation, I'm afraid it's still not enough to pave the path to the Dharma stage. However, after me, it's not impossible for the other talented array masters of our sect to advance to the Dharma stage." Xian Chen glanced at Lu Ping after he finished speaking. Lu Ping knew that Xian Chen was talking about Hu Lili. Among the 3rd generation of Xinling, Hu Lili's array formation cultivation was the highest. This time, Lu Ping had obtained the entire Ying Tian sex array formation foundation inheritance, which could be used to strengthen Hu Lili's array formation cultivation foundation. Jiang Tianlin Laozu followed Xian Chen's gaze and glanced at Lu Ping. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Jiang Tianlin Laozu said in surprise, "When did you reach the peak of the 7th stage of the core forging realm?" Originally, after Lu Ping received the pure Yang Soul, his cultivation almost reached the peak of the core forging realm. Fortunately, Lu Ping's heart was firm and he forcefully compressed the violent and pure spiritual energy into his flesh and bones. This prevented his cultivation from greatly increasing due to the impact of the pure Yang Soul. Even so, Lu Ping had only broken through to the 7th stage of the core forging realm a few years ago, but he still managed to reach the peak of the 7th stage of the core forging realm. Previously, Lu Ping had been wearing the stone armor and the 5 elements cloud garment. Even Jiang Tianlin Laozu did notice that Lu Ping's cultivation had increased. Now that Lu Ping had returned to the rock cave and the crisis had been resolved, Lu Ping naturally didn't need to hide his cultivation. Previously, when Daoist Xianju's restriction-breaking talisman appeared suddenly, Lu Ping didn't think too much about it and left his stone room. Only then did Jiang Tianlin Laozu discover the change in his cultivation. With regards to this, Lu Ping had already thought of an answer. He smiled and said, "Disciple found the remains of an ancestor of the Ying Tian sect in the central heavenly abode of the Ying Tian sect. This ancestor's true essence was compatible with Junior's. Before he died, he condensed his true essence into the remains. Junior was fortunate enough to complete several tests left behind by this ancestor. After seeing the remains of this ancestor, the true essence condensed in the remains flowed into Disciple's body. Although Disciple tried his best to control it, Disciple was still able to reach the peak of the 7th stage of the core forging realm." Looking at the others, he realized that other than Jiang Tianlin Laozu, who seemed to be deep in thought, Xian Su, Daoist Xian Sun, and the others all had looks of envy on their faces. Lu Ping continued, "Actually, regarding the caves that hid the treasures, as well as the damaged axe and battle axe, I also learned about them from the last words of that ancestor." Jiang Tianlin Laozu let out a long sigh and said, the remains of the condensed true essence, and the flesh does not decay. Presumably, that ancestor was at least a late Dharma adept when he was alive. Only then could he have such remarkable powers. Fortunately, you were still conscious and did not absorb all the true essence that flowed into you. Furthermore, over these thousands of years, the true essence condensed in the remains of that ancestor has also dissipated quite a bit. Otherwise, even if the true essence did not burst your core space, it would have destroyed the foundation of your cultivation, and you would not have been able to progress any further in this life. Jiang Tianlin Laozu paused for a while before saying with some emotion, "You, kid, are really lucky. The tests that the ancestor left behind and the condensed true essence were probably targeted at Dharma adepts. Not only did you pass the tests, but you also did not explode from the true essence within the remains." On the other hand, Sage Xian Sun, Sage Xian Su, and the others looked at Lu Ping as if he was a freak. To be able to pass the tests of Dharma adepts, what level had this kid's abilities reached? This trip to the Yingtian dojo could be said to have been fruitful for everyone. Not only had they obtained treasures and inheritances, but everyone's strength had also improved greatly. Apart from Sage Xianju and Sage Xianchen, Sage Xian Su had obtained the Fantasy Star Sands and the Flying Sword, which had greatly increased his abilities. After Sage Xian Sun had recovered from his injuries, he had obtained a spirit-nurturing treasure from Jiang Tianlin Laozu, the Cloud Pine Wood Ruler. This Cloud Pine Wood Ruler had been obtained by Jiang Tianlin Laozu in the Central Palace. Years ago, a master craftsman of the Yingtian sect had found 16,000-year-old Cloud Pine Thunderstruck wood from the Yingshan mountain range. He had used the heart of these 16 Thunderstruck wood trees to create this wooden ruler. Inside the ruler, there were also 7 treasures. However, this wooden ruler had great potential, and it had the potential to break through to 9 treasures and become a spirit-nurturing treasure. In the past few days, after everyone had finished sorting out the treasures in the temple, most of them were handed over to Jiang Tianlin Laozu. These things were to be handed over to the sect. For example, Sage Xian Sun had obtained the mid-grade heaven-ranked spirit soil. Lu Ping had pieced together the complete pill formula for the spirit forging pill. Sage Xian Chen had organized several sets of array formation manuals, and although Sage Xianju had not entered the Yingtian temple, he had organized the manuals on drawing talismans, as well as other complete legacy manuals, and so on. However, everyone could keep anything that was useful to them. In Jiang Tianlin Laozu's words, it was not easy for everyone to come to the Middle Earth, and they had risked their lives to obtain these things. Naturally, they had to keep the things that were useful to them. However, the person who had gained the most from this trip to the Yingtian temple was probably Lu Ping himself. Of course, Jiang Tianlin Laozu naturally had the most treasures in his hands. Even the treasures that Lu Ping and the rest had obtained from the Yingtian temple had to be handed over to him to bring back to the sect if they had no use for it themselves. At Jiang Tianlin Laozu's level of practice, there were very few treasures that could be of use to him. Under Lu Ping's shocked gaze, Jiang Tianlin Laozu took out a pair of spirit cultivation flying swords from his storage artifact. Lu Ping's eyes shone with surprise. He raised his head and asked Jiang Tianlin Laozu, "Uncle Master, this pair of flying swords is for me?" "This is a pair of spirit cultivation flying swords that have been refined with 7 treasures." Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled slightly and said, "Do you think that among the Dharma adepts in our sect, besides you, who else has the right to obtain this pair of water-based flying swords?" Lu Ping chuckled and hurriedly took the pair of flying swords. Then, he carefully caressed the swords' bodies, feeling the undulations of the sword's spirituality. The flying swords in his hands also seemed to feel the rich, pure, and endless inner yuan in Lu Ping's body that was far from ordinary people's. As Lu Ping's hands caressed the swords, the spirituality in the pair of flying swords was instantly awakened. The sound of the swords became louder and louder as Lu Ping's inner yuan entered them. Lu Ping could even feel the waves of excitement coming from the flying swords. Beautiful autumn water swords. Lu Ping had long wanted to obtain a pair of flying swords. 6 of Lu Ping's North Sea 12 techniques, swordplay techniques, could actually be used to perform the pair of flying swords, especially the raging waves hitting the shore and the great river flowing east swordplay. When using the pair of flying swords, the power would far exceed the power of a single flying sword. Unfortunately, there were already a few sets of flying swords, and there were even fewer that could adapt to Lu Ping's current strength. Compared to this set of beautiful autumn waters swords, although Lu Ping had the flowing sword of the thin water-flowing sword, this was a spirit-nourishing flying sword that had condensed 8 treasures. Unfortunately, this flying sword could not see the light of day in the North Sea training world. Previously in the Ingtian Temple, he could only use the golden scale sword that had condensed 6 treasures. This time, with a pair of beautiful autumn waters swords that Jiang Tianlin Laozu had given him, it had solved one of Lu Ping's problems. The golden scale sword had been with Lu Ping for the longest time, but this flying sword was currently limited by its own quality. It was extremely difficult to further improve it, while Lu Ping's cultivation was improving with each passing day. The golden scale sword had gradually been unable to keep up with the progress of Lu Ping's cultivation. After Lu Ping received the Cyan Rainbow Sword from Jiang Tianlin Laozu, he heard Jiang Tianlin Laozu say, "Originally, you obtained the Buying Tower in the dojo before we entered, so this spirit-nourishing magic weapon is naturally your treasure. But now, I need the Buying Tower to help me set up the formation in the Yingshu treasure mirror, so I can't return that axe spirit treasure to you for the time being." Lu Ping nodded. In fact, when Jiang Tianlin Laozu handed the beautiful autumn waters swords to Lu Ping had already vaguely guessed Jiang Tianlin Laozu's plan in his heart. Originally, Lu Ping also wanted to use this magic weapon to extort some money from Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianlin Laozu did not want him to suffer a loss, and had already prepared a pair of spirit-nourishing flying swords, leaving Lu Ping speechless. However, Lu Ping was still a little worried. "Martial uncle, this disciple of the Buying Tower has already refined it a little. Although it has not been completely refined, if you take this magic weapon back to the sect, I'm afraid there will be some waves." The important thing for a magic weapon like the Buying Tower was not for cultivators to use in fights. Jiang Tianlin Laozu naturally understood this very well. He thought for a moment and said, "This type of magic weapon is something that our sect has always wanted but could not obtain. Like the Heaven's Cave Inheritance and the Spirit Treasure, it is regarded as an object to stabilize the fate of the sect. If this thing is taken back to the sect, there will indeed be some waves. This kind of treasure has always been taken back by the sect for public use, but with me and your master here, I think even if there are some objections, we can keep this magic weapon for you. However, although this magic weapon belongs to you, it must be completely open to the sect to be used to cultivate the younger disciples of the sect." Lu Ping nodded and said, "This should be. This disciple originally wanted to open it to the disciples of the sect." Jiang Tianlin Laozu nodded with satisfaction. He was quite satisfied with Lu Ping's idea. Lu Ping thought for a moment and chuckled. "Martial uncle, this disciple has another treasure to show you." Jiang Tianlin Laozu was shocked. He saw Lu Ping turn his wrist, and a long sword that looked like a stream of water appeared in his hand. Jiang Tianlin Laozu's expression froze. He casually casted a soundproof restriction and sealed the door of the stone room. There was a trace of excitement and shock on his face. He asked in a deep voice, "Song High-Sex Flowing Sword, where did you get this flying sword?" Chapter 688. The Blue Sea Sex Chonglu Sword. Where did you get this flying sword? Although Lu Ping had expected Jiang Tianlin Laozu's reaction, he did not expect Jiang Tianlin to have such a strong reaction after seeing the Chonglu sword. Lu Ping told Jiang Tianlin Laozu about how he had obtained the Chonglu sword in the cave abode. Jiang Tianlin Laozu's expression was uncertain.
He seemed to be thinking about something.
After a long time, he calmed down. He must have thought about the cause and effect of some things. Lu Ping tried asking, "Uncle Master, is there anything wrong with the Chonglu sword?" Jiang Tianlin Laozu remembered that Lu Ping was still beside him. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect the entire North Sea cultivation world to be deceived by Qingjian Laozu. Or rather, Laozu saw the right time and made the North Sea cultivation world willingly be deceived by him." Lu Ping knew that Jiang Tianlin Laozu was referring to Qingjian Laozu's denial that the Chonglu sword was lost had anything to do with him. The dispute caused the entire North Sea cultivation world to condemn and question the Blue Sea sect. In the end, Qingjian Laozu only escaped from the Blue Sea sect with the help of Laozu from the various sects in the North Sea. The disappearance of the Chonglu sword and the thin water sword became the fuse that split the Blue Sea sect and the Songlang sect for thousands of years. Lu Ping was about to ask about the secret of the Blue Sea sect's flying swords when he heard Jiang Tianlin Laozu say, "The Blue Sea sect has been around for tens of thousands of years. Its inheritance is even older than our sect. In the history of its inheritance, there has been a Laozu who has achieved true spirit. However, unlike our sect, this Laozu who has achieved true spirit is the founder of the Blue Sea sect, Blue Sea Laozu. He is also the only Laozu who has achieved Zhenling in the history of the Blue Sea sect." Zhenling had also been around for tens of thousands of years. However, when it was founded, it was a small sect formed by a few unknown itinerant cultivators. After several generations of accumulation, Zhenling was able to develop step by step and finally became one of the famous sects in the North Sea's cultivation world. Unlike Zhenling's well-established sect, the Blue Sea sect had a great reputation in the North Sea because of Blue Sea Laozu. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, the Blue Sea sect had always played an important role in the North Sea's cultivation world. In fact, although the Blue Sea sect was founded by Blue Sea Laozu, it was more like a backup plan left by Blue Sea Laozu for his followers. Blue Sea Laozu himself did not pay much attention to the growth of the Blue Sea sect. Most of the time, some cultivators who followed Blue Sea Laozu used the name of Blue Sea Laozu to develop on their own. Lu Ping obviously did not know much about the secrets of the sects in the North Sea. He looked at the flowing sword in his hand and said doubtfully, "Then this flying sword. This pair of flying swords is one of the few magic treasures that Blue Sea Laozu left behind for the Blue Sea sect. Moreover, this pair of flying swords is indeed the swords that Blue Sea Laozu used to carry." Jiang Tianlin Laozu seemed to know what Lu Ping was thinking. He continued, "Although Blue Sea Laozu was not enthusiastic about the establishment and development of the Blue Sea sect, it was still the place where his orthodoxy was passed down in name. Before Blue Sea Laozu left this world, he asked someone to bring the thin water-flowing sword back to the Blue Sea sect." Lu Ping was puzzled. But what secret is hidden in this pair of flying swords? Jiang Tianlin Laozu nodded and said, "Blue Sea sect Laozu is a rare genius. He became a true spirit as a lone cultivator. In his early years, he dominated the world and left behind 3 cave abodes. The real inheritance of Blue Sea Laozu is in these 3 cave abodes. The thin water-flowing sword is the key to open these 3 cave abodes and obtain the real orthodoxy of Blue Sea Laozu." Lu Ping was shocked. The Blue Sea sect lost the thin water-flowing sword 4,000 years ago. Before that, this pair of flying swords had been with the Blue Sea sect for nearly 10,000 years. Did the Blue Sea sect not find the cave abode of Blue Sea Laozu from this pair of flying swords? Jiang Tianlin Laozu shook his head and said, "In fact, the Blue Sea sect has already found 2, but one was built by Blue Sea sect Laozu when he was at the early Dharma stage and after he became a great cultivator. The 3rd secret cave abode that Blue Sea sect Laozu built after he passed the 3rd Thunder Trial and became a pure Yang Dharma power. It is also the most important cave abode, but it has never been found by the Blue Sea sect." When Lu Ping heard about the pure Yang Dharma power, he immediately thought of the pure Yang soul that he had obtained in the central palace of Yingtian Dojo. Now that the pure Yang soul had entered Lu Ping's core space, it had turned into a ball of pure Yang qi that hovered above the Jindan. It was gradually merging with the red clouds that surrounded the Jindan. Then, it was swallowed by the Jindan and gradually refined into the blood essence of Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping immediately came to his senses and asked, Now that the Blue Sea sect is urgently looking for this pair of flying swords, have they already found the location of the third cave abode? In fact, as early as 4,000 years ago, after the destruction of Fei Ling sect, the Blue Sea sect had already discovered the clues of the third cave abode left by vast Sea Laozu. Zhang Tianlin nodded slightly and continued, "The secret cave abode of a true spirit cultivator is extremely precious. There is no need to say more about this." In fact, at that time, all the sects in the entire North Sea were secretly looking for vast Sea Laozu's cave abode. Unfortunately, Fei Ling's sect did not have the thin water-flowing sword, so they could not open the cave abode. Moreover, the Blue Sea sect really guarded this pair of flying swords as much as the sect's treasure, so Fei Ling's sect could only slowly plan for it. Unexpectedly, before Fei Ling's sect could plot against the Blue Sea sect's thin water-flowing sword, Fei Ling's sect suffered the calamity of extermination first. During the extermination of Fei Ling's sect, the Blue Sea sect obtained the whereabouts of vast Sea Laozu's cave abode. Just when the Blue Sea sect was planning to open the third secret cave abode of vast Sea Laozu, the long flowing sword disappeared first. The Blue Sea sect suspected that it was Qingjian Laozu's doing, so they began to hunt down Qingjian Laozu. After the destruction of Fei Ling's sect, the Blue Sea sect prospered with the spoils of war they obtained from Fei Ling Mountain. At that time, they had the intention of surpassing Xian Ling's sect. At that time, our sect's position in the North Sea was even lower than that of the Blue Sea sect. Naturally, Xian Ling's sect would not let the Blue Sea sect easily surpass the position of the number one sect in the North Sea that it had painstakingly taken over from Fei Ling's sect. The sects in the North Sea also did not want to see the emergence of a tyrannical Blue Sea sect, so they prevented the Blue Sea sect from obtaining the third cave abode of vast Sea Laozu. The plan to split the Blue Sea sect was formed at that time. Just at this time, Fei Ling's sect Zhong Xian Laozu, who had escaped from the Blue Sea sect, suddenly took advantage of the fact that the Blue Sea sect was empty. He seemed to have obtained the detailed explanation of the Blue Sea sect's sect protection formation from Qingjian Laozu. As if entering an uninhabited land, he rushed all the way into the Blue Sea sect and snatched the remaining thin water sword. The sudden appearance of Zhong Xian Laozu was indeed surprising. With the help of the sects in the North Sea sect, Qingjian Laozu also disappeared after escaping the Blue Sea sect's pursuit. However, the sects in the North Sea sect prevented the Blue Sea sect from opening the third cave abode of vast Sea Laozu. The plan to split the Blue Sea sect eventually succeeded. Since then, the Blue Sea sect has been in a slump for nearly 4,000 years. Until now, when Zhong Xian's cave abode was discovered, the return of the thin water sword became the opportunity for the Blue Sea sect and Song Lang's sect to unite again. Lu Ping was very quick-witted. Jiang Tianlin Laozu said it so straightforwardly, how could he not understand? So he said with a smile, "Martial uncle, does our sect also have a clue about the third cave abode of vast Sea Laozu?" Jiang Tianlin Laozu was stunned. He looked at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Who wouldn't be tempted by the cave abode of a true spirit Laozu?" Originally, the thin water sword was in the hands of the Blue Sea sect. Even if the sects in the North Sea joined forces to put pressure on the Blue Sea sect, they would just be following behind the Blue Sea sect and eating the leftovers. Now that you have the flowing water sword, our sect naturally has to plan well. Jiang Tianlin Laozu and the others stayed in the cave abode for about 10 days before they planned to return to the North Sea. During this time, the cultivators who went to the Yingtian dojo should have returned to the North Sea. If Jiang Tianlin and the others did not return, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. "You really don't plan to return to the North Sea with us?" In the stone room, Jiang Tianlin Laozu and the others looked at Lu Ping and asked. Yes, it was not easy for this disciple to come to the Central Plains. My original plan was to travel around and experience the prosperity of the Central Plains cultivation world. Now is not a good time, Spiritual Master Xianxin said. Right now, the Central Plains cultivation world is in a mess. The Shura and demonic cultivators are running rampant, and the great calamity is beginning to appear. Although the North Sea is isolated outside the sea, it has received the least impact from the previous calamities. Jiang Tianlin Laozu thought for a moment and said, "It's fine if you don't want to return. This secret teleportation array needs someone to guard it. If our sect wants to rise, we must have a foothold in the Central Plains." Now that the Shura and demonic cultivators have just swept through the Yingshan mountain range, the various forces and even the demon race have been wiped out. After the Shura and demonic cultivators leave, the forces here will be empty, and it will be the best time for our sect to establish a foothold. Jiang Tianlin Laozu's words caused everyone in the stone room to be shocked, but it was immediately replaced by a burst of pride from the bottom of their hearts. Establishing a hidden force in the Central Plains, and after Jinling dominated the North Sea, they would forcefully enter the Central Plains and compete with the famous sects of the Central Plains cultivation world. This was something that Jinling would not even dare to think about before. Even if Jinling was considered a rising force in the eyes of the various sects of the North Sea, how many people would dare to think about establishing a hidden force in the Central Plains? Not to mention competing with the large sects of the Central Plains. After all, with Jinling's current strength, it was too far for him to spy on the cultivation world of the Central Plains. What about the Crystal Palace? As one of the 6 large sects of the human race in this world, the Crystal Palace had spied on the Central Plains and inserted their forces into the cultivation world of the Central Plains. They had worked hard for tens of thousands of years, but what was the result? The Heavenly Moon sect was only a large sect in the Central Plains. As the first sect that the Crystal Palace inserted into the Central Plains, they had resisted the Crystal Palace for tens of thousands of years, causing the Crystal Palace's plan to insert their forces into the Central Plains to fail. Even the Heavenly Moon sect and the Carefree faction had formed an alliance and stabbed the Crystal Palace in the back. It could be seen how difficult it was for the overseas cultivation world to spy on the Central Plains. Although Jinling had risen, compared to the Crystal Palace, it was undoubtedly like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. How could Jinling do what the Crystal Palace could not? However, Jiang Tianlin Laozu had thought of it, and so had Lu Ping. The reason why he thought of it was to find a reason for him to travel to the Central Plains. Chapter 689. Although Lu Ping had also thought of using this secret teleportation formation to establish a stronghold for Jinling's influence in the Central Plains, he only used this as an excuse to not return to the Central Plains. If he wanted to establish a power here, he only needed to take a look at Huangli Island. He had even left Huangli Island to Hu Lili to manage and became a hands-off manager. How would he have the patience to establish a power in the Yingshan mountain range? However, this was, after all, an excuse for Lu Ping to stay here. If he rejected Jiang Tianlin Laozu, it would be very inappropriate. Hence, Lu Ping pondered for a while and said, "Martial uncle, it is very important to establish a power in the Central Plains. If this matter is left to me, I'm afraid I don't have enough experience and strength. Why don't I stay here and temporarily maintain the safety of the teleportation formation? After Martial Uncle returns, you can discuss with the sect master and the various Dharma characteristics elders to send a suitable elder and a group of reliable disciples to the Yingshan mountain range to establish a power that belongs to our sect. I will be your assistant and fully cooperate with you. Martial Uncle, what do you think of one of them?" Jiang Tianlin looked at Lu Ping amusedly. Lu Ping also knew that his thoughts could not be hidden from Jiang Tianlin Laozu. However, Jiang Tianlin Laozu also knew that Lu Ping's words were reasonable. Although Lu Ping had the strength to take charge, there were many second-generation disciples in Jinling. It was not the time for the third-generation disciples to be in charge. Furthermore, establishing a power in the Central Plains was very important to Jinling. Jinling had to be careful. At that time, the sect would be worried that Lu Ping's strength was not enough. When Jiang Tianlin thought of this, he said to Lu Ping, "That's fine. The sect will never give up on this teleportation array. Since you don't want to go back, you can stay here for now. The sect will definitely send someone to take over this cave dwelling in half a month to 10 days, or a month at the latest. Then, the sect will definitely send someone to take over this cave dwelling and use it as a stepping stone for the sect to enter the Middle Earth. After saying that, Ancestor Jiang Tianlin summoned the Su treasured mirror from the core space. Looking at everyone's surprised expression, Ancestor Jiang Tianlin said, "Spirit treasures have spirits and know how to choose their masters. With my strength, although I can suppress the wine cauldron and use it for my own use, in this way, the effect of the wine cauldron will be greatly reduced in my hands. Therefore, I hope that junior brothers, junior sisters, and martial nephews will enter the Su treasured mirror and try to communicate with the spirit of the wine cauldron to see if you can subdue it." As soon as Jiang Tianlin Laozu's voice fell, everyone in the stone room was shocked. Zhenren Xianxin said with some hesitation, "Senior, isn't this a little inappropriate? You said before that our sect only has a few spiritual treasures, and they are all used as treasures to stabilize the fate of our sect. They are controlled by our sect's Dharma adepts. We are all core forging adepts. Regardless of whether we are qualified to control the spiritual treasures, even if we are recognized with our strength, we will not be able to control such treasures." Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled and said, "The few spiritual treasures passed down in our sect are all offensive and defensive spiritual treasures, but this wine cauldron is a little special. Compared to the other spiritual treasures of our sect, this wine cauldron is more inclined to assist in cultivation and the creation of various spiritual liquids. Although it also has some offensive and defensive abilities, compared to the other spiritual treasures, it is far inferior. At best, it is just a top-notch spiritual nurturing treasure. In your hands, this kind of spiritual treasure can be used with some difficulty. If you are really recognized by this spiritual treasure, when you advance to the Dharma stage in the future, its power will far surpass that of a forcefully suppressed spiritual treasure." Jiang Tianlin Laozu glanced at Lu Ping. Seeing that Lu Ping was deep in thought, he continued, "Moreover, during this trip to our sect's Ingtian training ground, we have made a great contribution to the sect. It is reasonable for us to test this spiritual treasure first." After listening to Jiang Tianlin Laozu's words, Zhenren Xianxin and the others were somewhat tempted. However, Zhenren Xianxin still had some concerns. He said, "I am just afraid that if this spiritual treasure is really subdued by us, when we return to the sect, the other disciples will have complaints. After all, this is a spiritual treasure, and it is not ordinary." "Complaints?" Jiang Tianlin Laozu smiled. "All opportunities are equal. Why is it that you can come to the Central Plains, but others can't? This spiritual treasure was obtained by us. The trip to Ingtian training ground seemed to have gone smoothly, but in reality, it was full of danger. If we were not careful, we would have died. Junior brother Xianxin, if it were not for martial nephew Xianping, I am afraid that most of your cultivation would have dissipated. At that time, would you have any complaints?" Zhenren Xianxin sighed and looked gratefully at Lu Ping. He smiled bitterly and said, "Speaking of which, this is the second time martial nephew Lu has saved me from the brink of dissipating my cultivation." Lu Ping smiled. "Martial uncle, you don't have to worry about it. I am an alchemist. If it was me, I believe that martial uncle would also do his best to save me." Jiang Tianlin Laozu waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter is decided. In the future, if anyone in the sect is dissatisfied, feel free to find me. Junior brother Xiansu, you go in first and see if you can subdue this spiritual treasure. If you can't, junior sister Xianju will go. After that, it will be junior sister Xianchun and junior brother Xian's senator martial nephew Lu. You will be last. Everyone will rely on their own opportunities. It would be best if you can obtain the spiritual treasure's recognition, but if you can't, there is no need to feel regret." Zhenren Xiansu laughed and said, "In that case, I will go in and try my luck. Even if I can't subdue it, it is rare for a core forging cultivator to be able to see a spiritual treasure with my own eyes." Finished speaking, the mirror suddenly shot a blue light towards Zhenren Xiansu. After the light dissipated, Zhenren Xiansu had disappeared from the stone room. Everyone looked at the mirror and saw that Zhenren Xiansu had landed on the hill that suppressed the wine cauldron. Subduing a spiritual treasure was obviously not something that could be completed in a short period of time. Lu Ping had already heard the meaning behind Jiang Tianlin Laozu's words. This time, the act of subduing this spiritual treasure was actually an opportunity that Jiang Tianlin Laozu deliberately created for Lu Ping in order to make up for taking away the 8 sceneries building from Lu Ping. Moreover, from what Jiang Tianlin Laozu had said about the function of the wine cauldron, this spiritual treasure may be more effective for an alchemist like Lu Ping. Not to mention that Lu Ping was also a grandmaster-level alchemist, so the possibility of subduing this spiritual treasure was higher. After leaving the stone room, Lu Ping slowly walked towards a small stone room that was closest to the entrance of the cave. This was where Du Jelua's family of 3 lived. When Lu Ping arrived, the Du madam was sitting at the entrance with the little fox in her arms. She looked at Du Jelua, who was concentrating on cultivating in the stone room. Lu Ping had used a secret technique to personally activate Du Jelua's bloodline after consuming spiritual herbs that far exceeded what ordinary people would use to activate their bloodlines. In the end, the result did not disappoint Lu Ping. Du Jelua successfully activated his bloodline, and from the fluctuations of spiritual energy caused by the activation of his bloodline, although Du Jelua's aptitude was not supreme, it was still above average. Although Lu Ping's expression was calm, he was rather pleased inside. However, he gave Du Jelua another lecture, telling him to cultivate properly and not slack off at all. When the Du madam saw Lu Ping walk over, she hurriedly stood up and bowed towards Lu Ping. Her expression was rather respectful. Lu Ping nodded slightly and accepted her bow. Lu Ping could tell from the Du madam's expression that her bow was sincere. Lu Ping understood how the Du madam felt. After all, Du Jelua's bloodline was a huge human-shaped pill in the eyes of any cultivator. Although Lu Ping had accepted Du Jelua as a disciple of Xinling, the Du madam was still cautious. She was afraid that Lu Ping would refine Du Jelua into a human pill in the blink of an eye. However, after Lu Ping helped Du Jelua activate his bloodline, the Du madam was truly relieved. At the same time, she was filled with gratitude towards Lu Ping. This was because she knew that once Du Jelua activated his bloodline, the medicinal effects within his bloodline would quickly settle in his body and bones along with the circulation of spiritual energy in his bloodline. It would be impossible for any alchemist to refine Du Jelua into a human pill. This also proved that Lu Ping truly had no evil intentions and sincerely wanted to nurture Du Jelua. Lu Ping watched as Du Jelua sat cross-legged on the ground and cultivated the Xinling blood refining realm cultivation method that Lu Ping had taught him. Lu Ping nodded his head slightly. As the blood refining realm disciples could not determine their foundation bloodlines, the 7 bloodlines were mixed together. The cultivation method that they cultivated was mainly to nurture the 7 bloodlines in their bodies. Because this cultivation method was not very advanced, the cultivation method that the blood refining realm disciples cultivated was similar. It did not have much of an impact on the blood refining realm disciples. Whether or not they could build a solid foundation depended on the disciples' attitude and cultivation method. There was a medium-sized spiritual vein in the cave that Laozu had cultivated in the past. The spiritual energy in the cave was quite dense. Lu Ping's divine sense circled around Du Jelua's body. He could feel the faint spiritual energy seeping into Du Jelua's body through his pores. However, it was completely refined by Du Jelua using his cultivation method. Lu Ping felt the speed at which Du Jelua absorbed spiritual energy and the degree of refinement of his cultivation method. He turned to Madame Du and said, "You are also a late-stage core forging realm demonic beast cultivator. What do you think of this kid's cultivation?" Madame Du hesitated for a moment before replying, "I am quite unfamiliar with the human race's cultivation method, so I dare not draw any conclusions. However, judging from the amount of spiritual energy that Luo are absorbed during his cultivation, he seems to be doing quite well." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Although what you said is not wrong, you have overlooked the capacity of spiritual energy in his bloodline." Looking at Madame Du's thoughtful expression, Lu Ping said, "Although this kid's absorption speed is very fast and his refining speed is not slow, he once swallowed a strange fruit. Before he opened his bloodline, The medicinal power of the fruit filled his bloodline and was difficult for his body to absorb. Therefore, under the transformation of the medicinal power, his bloodline is naturally more vigorous and thick than ordinary people. Therefore, although his absorption speed is fast, the capacity of spiritual energy in his bloodline is also large. Therefore, his cultivation speed is not fast. Madame Du asked with some confusion, "Although I am not proficient in the human race's cultivation method, listening to a mortal elder, this does not seem to be a bad thing. The greater the capacity of spiritual energy in his bloodline, doesn't it mean that his foundation will be more solid in the future? Although his cultivation speed will be slowed down because of this, it will be greatly beneficial for the future." Lu Ping nodded with a smile and said in a low voice, "I am naturally aware of this matter. However, I said this in hopes that you can tell him about this matter. This way, after he realizes that his cultivation speed is inferior to ordinary people, he will redouble his efforts." Madame Du gratefully bowed to Lu Ping and said, "Thank you for your concern, immortal elder. I will not trouble you." Lu Ping nodded with satisfaction and returned to the stone room to meditate on his plan to travel the Central Plains. After an unknown period of time, a blue light penetrated in from outside the stone room and enveloped Lu Ping. Lu Ping felt a suction coming from the blue light. Lu Ping did not resist, and when he opened his eyes, he had already appeared on the top of the hill where the abundant void treasure mirror was suppressing the wine cauldron. Chapter 690. Lu Ping looked left and right on top of the hill. His feet suddenly softened, and his whole body fell into the hill. In the middle of the hill, Lu Ping looked at the huge wine cup in front of him that had risen to the height of a person. No wonder Jiang Tianlin Laozu called it a wine cauldron. Ordinary people would not be able to use such a huge wine cup. "Are you the alchemy grandmaster that person talked about?" As Lu Ping watched in surprise, the wine cauldron suddenly lit up. Countless rays of light condensed above the wine cauldron, and a 3-foot-tall girl appeared in front of Lu Ping. "This is the spirit of the wine cauldron?" The boy looked at Lu Ping's surprised expression and rolled his eyes fiercely, as if he was already used to it. Then the girl rolled her eyes and seemed to think of something more interesting. Her whole body suddenly jumped down. Lu Ping took 2 steps back and got out of the place where the girl fell. Dong! In front of Lu Ping's horrified eyes, there was a strong vibration on the ground where the girl fell. The originally illusory girl's body actually became solid the moment she fell to the ground, and the huge wine cauldron suspended in the air disappeared at this time. The little girl looked at Lu Ping's shocked and speechless expression. It was as if her prank had been fully carried out. She giggled complacently and couldn't stop. Lu Ping quickly restrained his surprised expression, but his tone inevitably showed curiosity. He asked, "You are this wine cauldron? You can actually transform into a human form?" "Of course." The girl proudly raised her chin and said, "This lady is a spiritual treasure." "A spiritual treasure, do you know?" Seeing Lu Ping nod, the girl said, "You have some knowledge, but looking at your surprised expression when you saw this lady, you obviously don't know that spiritual treasures can actually transform into human form." Lu Ping was a little amused as he watched the little girl trying her best to act like an elder. However, he really didn't know that a spirit treasure could transform into a human form. Seeing the little girl's naivety, he decided to humbly ask her for some advice. Seeing that Lu Ping was listening to her seriously, the girl's little vanity seemed to be greatly satisfied. She could not help but feel happy, and even had a good impression of Lu Ping. "Do you know about the lightning tribulation?" Spiritual treasures also have to go through the lightning tribulation like Dharma adepts. The lightning tribulation is a death tribulation, but it also contains a large amount of life energy, also known as pure yang energy. As long as you go through the lightning tribulation and accept the pure yang energy, the spiritual treasure will become a spiritual treasure, and at the same time, it will have the ability to transform. Seeing the slight surprise on Lu Ping's face, the girl chuckled again. The surprise on Lu Ping's face was more because of the pure yang energy that the girl was talking about. He did not know if it was the same thing as the pure yang energy in his own core space. All right. You are an alchemy grandmaster. With your current level of practice, becoming an alchemy grandmaster is not too bad. However, looking at your young age, the inner yuan all over your body is unfathomable. If you do not practice a very powerful technique, then you must have smelted a good spiritual item. However, all this can only say is that your potential is not bad. If you want me to recognize you as my master, then we will have to see what other abilities you have. The girl walked around Lu Ping twice, and the ground thumped with her footsteps. She was able to see most of Lu Ping's abilities, causing Lu Ping's face to reveal a look of surprise. Seeing this, the girl could not stop giggling. Lu Ping composed himself, trying hard to convince himself that this petite and cute girl in front of him was actually a spiritual treasure, an artifact spirit that could stand on the same level as Dharma adepts. Only then did he smile and say, "Do you want to see what abilities I have? Alchemy?" The girl shook her head vigorously, and her pigtails swayed back and forth with her head. In a crisp voice, she said, "Alchemy? None of those elixirs taste good. I want to drink wine."
Drink wine?
Lu Ping thought about how the girl's original form was originally a wine cup. After enlarging it, it would become a wine cauldron that was taller than a person. He could not help but understand. It doesn't have to be all wine. As long as it's something that tastes good and has spiritual energy, Linglong will like it. However, if you don't have these things, or if the things you take out are not to Linglong's satisfaction, then Linglong will not recognize you as her master. The little girl's eyes turned, as if she felt that what she had just said was not enough, so she continued to emphasize, "If there is nothing good to drink, even if Linglong is suppressed by that person, she will not recognize you as her master. Your name is Linglong?" Lu Ping looked at the stubborn little girl and thought for a moment. He took out a jade pot from his storage artifact and handed it to the little girl, saying, "This is the 1,000-spirit wine I brewed myself. Try it, do you like it?" When Lu Ping became an alchemist in the blood condensation realm, he used more than 100 kinds of spiritual herbs to brew the 100-spirit wine. However, at that time, Lu Ping could not bear to use too many high-grade spiritual herbs. He only used a few hundred-year spiritual herbs to brew the simplest 100-spirit wine. Later, as Lu Ping's cultivation increased, the quality of the treasures he had increased. Naturally, Lu Ping did not care about the 100-spirit wine that he usually used as a sumptuous meal. Therefore, he started to brew the 1,000-spirit wine. He used more than 1,000 different kinds of spiritual herbs to brew it. Moreover, the spiritual herbs he used were no longer simple 100-year spiritual herbs. Instead, he used a portion of 1,000-year spiritual herbs and a majority of 500-year spiritual herbs. If it were not for the fact that spiritual herbs were rare and it was a waste to use them to brew spirit wine to satisfy his appetite, Lu Ping might even use all of the 1,000-year spiritual herbs to brew the 1,000-spirit wine. This was also because Lu Ping was an alchemist with a rich collection of spiritual herbs. If it was someone else, they would not have the confidence to brew the 1,000-spirit wine. When Linglong saw the jade pot in Lu Ping's hand, her delicate nose wrinkled slightly. She seemed to have sensed the spiritual qi that floated out from the jade pot. Her eyes suddenly lit up, but she still stretched out her hand indifferently and said, "Give it to this miss to have a taste." Lu Ping smiled faintly. The jade pot in his hand flew out and slowly fell into Linglong's hand. Linglong caught the jade pot, put the mouth of the pot into her mouth, and sucked fiercely. With a squeak sound, the full pot of 1,000-spirit wine went into the little girl's stomach under Lu Ping's shocked gaze. Linglong shook the empty jade pot and threw it back to Lu Ping. She pouted and said, Not enough, not enough." Lu Ping saw that a bright red had slowly climbed up to Linglong's baby fat little face, but the little girl still stretched out her little hand and said, "Is there a better one? Is there a better one?" Lu Ping put the jade pot away. This jade pot was a magic tool with a storage function. It seemed to be only a foot high, but in fact, it could hold 7 or 8 jars of 1,000-spirit wine. This was all the 1,000-spirit wine that Lu Ping had brewed over the years. But it was so easily drunk by the little girl. Lu Ping also felt a burst of heartache. But these things were insignificant compared to the little girl in front of him. He could see that the little girl was now a little tempted. As long as Lu Ping could take out a better spiritual liquid, maybe Lu Ping would be able to subdue his first spiritual treasure. This was a spiritual treasure. Lu Ping carefully took out a small jade bottle from the storage magic tool. After opening the bottle, Lu Ping looked at the amber-colored liquid inside, then reluctantly handed the jade bottle to the little girl. On the other hand, Ling Long's eyes lit up when Lu Ping took out the jade bottle. When Lu Ping removed the cork, the little girl was already eager to snatch the bottle from him. But Ling Long's eyes lit up when Lu Ping took out the jade bottle. When Lu Ping handed the jade bottle to her, the little girl directly sucked. The amber-colored spiritual liquid turned into a thin line from the jade bottle and flew into the little girl's mouth. Ling Long smacked her lips as if she wanted to continue. However, she said, "Not bad. If eaten, it can increase a person's lifespan by 3 years. It's just that it's a little too little." Lu Ping looked at the little girl in front of him with a pained expression. This bottle was the vitality liquid that Lu Ping brewed to refine the minor forging spirit pill. Just this vitality liquid could extend a cultivator's lifespan by 3 years. However, such a precious spiritual liquid in the cultivation world was drunk by the little girl in one gulp. She only received a not bad evaluation. The little girl looked at Lu Ping, and her eyes turned. She said in a clear voice, "Is there anything better than this? If there is, Ling Long will consider disowning you. Ling Long is a spiritual treasure. It's very powerful." Lu Ping looked at the cute little girl in front of him. It seemed that she had suddenly incarnated into a little devil. She was tempting Lu Ping to take out more treasures to use as a trump card. With no other choice, Lu Ping took out a jade pot from his interspatial mystic artifact, which was used to water the spirit herbs. A deep and resonant sound immediately filled the entire mountainside. "It smells so good." Ling Long sniffed hard and greedily sniffed the fragrance from the jade pot. She could not wait to shout, "Give it to me! Give it to me!" Lu Ping had no choice but to hand over the jade pot to Ling Long. Inside it was the 1,000 fragrant dew that Lu Ping had obtained from the Longhuai ancestor in the fallen secret land. Lu Ping also obtained the secret formula of 1,000 fragrant dew and 100 flowers dew from the Longhuai ancestor. After returning, Lu Ping had also prepared these 2 spiritual liquids according to the secret formula. Perhaps because the quality of the spiritual herbs outside was far inferior to that in the fallen secret land, the quality of the 2 spiritual liquids prepared by Lu Ping was always a little worse. However, this could be completely made up for in quantity, so it was not a big deal. The pot that Lu Ping gave to Ling Long was the only remaining 1,000 fragrant dew that he had brought back from the fallen secret land.
He had already used up the rest.
The little girl also drank it up in one gulp. The little girl smacked her lips and said, "This is the best, but it is not as useful as the last one for Ling Long. Ling Long wants to drink something like the last one." The last kind of spiritual liquid? That was the vitality dew that could prolong life. This little girl could not be fooled at all. "Ling Long, I only have a little bit of vitality dew, but I do have a type of spiritual liquid. Try it and see if you like it." Lu Ping felt like he was coaxing a child. Chapter 691. The corners of Lu Ping's mouth twitched as he watched the little girl gulp down a large cup of precious Hubaihua jade dew in one gulp. Then, she smacked her lips as if she was savoring the aftertaste. If it were not for the childish little face in front of him, Lu Ping would have slapped her. This is also very delicious. Ordinary people can increase their lifespan by 1 or 2 years if they drink it, but the effect on Ling Long is not as good as the one she drank just now. That one, yes, the dew of vitality. It is the dew of vitality. The dew of vitality is not delicious, but it is the best for Ling Long. Lu Ping could see that this girl was a drinker. No matter how many good things there were, it was not enough for this little girl to pour into her stomach. It was indeed a wine cup. For a moment, Lu Ping even suspected that Patriarch Jiang Tianlin already knew about the Ling Long wine cauldron's character. He knew that even a Dharma adept like Lu Ping wouldn't be able to afford to raise such a spirit treasure. That's why he did everything he could to shove the little guy into Lu Ping's hands. Linglong, you have drunk so much. I have also let you drink a lot of the good things here. What do you think about following me in the future? Linglong gave him a "you are so stingy" look and said, I heard from that person that you are also an alchemy grandmaster and have a lot of treasures in your hands. You are not willing to let that person suppress and forcibly control Linglong, so you agreed to give that person a chance to subdue Linglong. I did not expect that an alchemy grandmaster like you is only so. Who was that person? Of course, that person was Jiang Tianlin Laozu. It really was Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Lu Ping felt a burst of anger. This little girl actually knew how to provoke him. Was she still a weapon spirit? Lu Ping had indeed mastered a lot about the concoction of spirit liquids. Every alchemist had a deep understanding of the concoction of various spirit liquids. That was because some spirit liquids could completely replace the effects of spirit pills. In fact, cultivators could even absorb and refine them better than spirit pills. However, compared to spirit pills, spirit liquid had a huge flaw, and that was that the spirit chi contained in spirit liquid was not easy to preserve. After a long time, it would easily evaporate and lose effectiveness. In addition, the scope of application of spirit liquid was far less extensive than that of spirit pills. Over time, the configuration of spirit liquid became a branch of alchemy. Every alchemist had a certain level of mastery in the configuration of various spirit liquids. After all, it was a spirit treasure. As Lu Ping tried his best to persuade himself, he placed a small handful of top-grade spirit tea from the Golden House into a cup made of jasper spirit bamboo. Then, he poured a pot of spirit spring water boiled with crimson spirit flame into the bamboo cup. An ancient fragrance slowly wafted from the bamboo cup. It's only top-grade spirit tea. What's so good about it? Linglong looked at the bamboo cup in Lu Ping's hand with great reluctance. In her opinion, top-grade spirit tea was like drinking cold water. How could it arouse her interest? If there's spirit tea produced by the spirit demon tea tree, then it can be considered good. Linglong's words almost made Lu Ping spit out a mouthful of blood. Spirit demon tea tree? She dared to think about it, but she would have to see if there were 2 or 3 of them in the entire cultivation world. Lu Ping was at most a 7th-layer core forging cultivator. How could he have a spirit demon tea tree? He didn't think that although he didn't have a spirit demon tea tree, he had a spirit demon peach tree that was not the slightest bit weaker than the spirit demon tea tree. Lu Ping casually took out a jade bottle and gulped down the liquid inside. Suddenly, he remembered that he was holding the core forging realm royal jelly brewed by the amethyst queen bee. His heart shuddered, and he quickly put away the jade bottle. However, the fragrance of the spirit tea and the unique aroma of the royal jelly had already drifted out of the bottle. Linglong's delicate voice suddenly shouted, "It smells so good. I want to drink it. Quickly give it to me." Lu Ping's hand loosened, and the full cup of spirit tea had already been snatched away by Linglong, but Lu Ping didn't have the slightest reaction. Lu Ping had just thought of something, but he took out a full bottle of purple crystal queen bee jelly and poured 1/3 of it out. One had to know that when Lu Ping refined Dharma stage pills, he would only pour 3 to 5 drops into the cauldron in order to increase the success rate. 1/3 of this bottle was enough for Lu Ping to refine 3 batches of Dharma stage pills. The 1,000 spirit wine that could hold 7 or 8 jars was drunk by Linglong in the wine cauldron. The cup of spirit tea that was only the size of a normal teacup was also drunk by Lu Ping in 1 gulp. Lu Ping also didn't know how Linglong, who had transformed into a 3-foot body, could drink so much. Linglong licked the tea juice from the corner of her mouth and sneakily looked at the magic storage artifact on Lu Ping's finger. She said carefully, "If only I gave the rest of the spirit tea to Linglong to drink. The spirit tea in that bottle is much better than this cup of spirit tea. Don't even think about it." Lu Ping glared at the little girl fiercely. He was still feeling pained over the 1/3 of the royal jelly he had just poured out. Originally, he only wanted to drip a drop into the cup of spirit tea. How could he have thought of pouring 1/3 of it in at once? Now that he heard this little girl wanting to drink the purple crystal royal jelly like it was water, Lu Ping no longer cared that the other party was just a little girl. He had long forgotten that she was a spirit treasure that he had tried so hard to subdue. He couldn't help but glare at Linglong angrily. The strange thing was that the little girl, who originally had an arrogant appearance, this time was not dissatisfied with Lu Ping's bad attitude. Instead, she giggled and said, "I've been trapped for a long time. We spirit treasures can't absorb spirit energy on our own. Linglong is really hungry." In addition to recognizing people as its master, Linglong can use the master's true essence to nourish Linglong. The rest of it can only swallow all kinds of spirit liquids that contain spirit energy. This is also Linglong's innate magical power. Linglong's innate magical power is very powerful. Lu Ping was a little dizzy from anger. Now that he recovered, he remembered that this little girl was the spirit of the wine cauldron. If he wanted to subdue the wine cauldron, he would need the little girl's consent. So he restrained his temper and snappily asked, "Say it. What other test do you need? If I continue to drink spirit liquids, I don't have any left on me. Don't even think about the purple crystal royal jelly. However, I still have a few kinds of world spirit water and water attribute world treasures. If you want to drink them, I can give you some." Linglong wrinkled her cute nose and said, "World spirit water. Who wants to drink those things?" There is an aura that Linglong doesn't like. Those world treasures are also not good. Linglong doesn't like them. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. This was strange. World spirit treasures were the most precious treasures in this world, but this little girl didn't like them. Instead, she liked concocted or collected spirit liquids. What was the reason for this? Thinking about what Linglong said about world spirit treasures having an aura that she didn't like, Lu Ping's heart moved. Could it be because of the spirituality of world spirit treasures? To put it bluntly, after a magic treasure becomes a spiritual treasure, it would have its own spirituality. However, this spirituality had just appeared, so it was still immature. Moreover, it was nurtured by the cultivator's own true essence. Because of this, its spirituality was special and compatible with the cultivator who nurtured it. When the magic treasure continued to grow, it would go through the spirit nurturing stage and continuously nurture its spirituality. After passing through the test of thunder tribulations, it would obtain pure yang energy, which was also the energy of life. Then a spirit like Linglong would be born. The spirituality of these spirit treasures was pure, but most of the world's spirit treasures' spirituality did not match. Even though the world's spirit water also contained a large amount of spiritual energy, Linglong didn't like the spirituality of the evil spirit water. This made Linglong instinctively feel that swallowing the world's spirit water would destroy the purity of her spirituality. Therefore, most of the world's spirit water, in Linglong's eyes, appeared to be dirty. Was it really dirty? Lu Ping smiled in his heart. It probably depended on what kind of world spirit water it was, right? A drop of spirit liquid was spinning in Lu Ping's palm. It immediately attracted Linglong's gaze. Her clear eyes suddenly flashed with an uncertain light. What kind of spirit liquid is this? Linglong really wants to drink it. Is there only one drop? This time, Lu Ping was more careful. When the little girl looked at him, he quickly closed his palm. The little girl's body just flashed for a moment, but she helplessly returned to her original position. She could only look at Lu Ping pitifully. This drop of spirit liquid is world spirit water. Lu Ping said with bad intentions, "You said it yourself. You don't like to drink world spirit water." The little girl's face was full of confusion. Her pearl-like, white teeth gently bit her finger. Lu Ping could even see crystal-clear saliva sliding down her finger. "I was wrong. Linglong wants to drink that drop of spirit liquid." Linglong can feel that this spirit liquid is very useful to Linglong. "Can you give that drop of spirit liquid to Linglong?" Lu Ping smiled in his heart, as if his plot had succeeded. He said with surprise, "You have to look carefully. This is a drop of world spirit water. Are you sure you want this drop of spirit liquid? Will it have a bad effect on you?" "Wonder do." Lu Ping did not believe that this kind of world spirit water, which contained infinite vitality, would be rejected by a spirit treasure like Linglong. The wonder dew contained a spirituality that surpassed other ordinary world spirit water. However, the spirituality of the wonder dew was mainly the power of vitality. Just now, Lu Ping had seen the little girl swallow several spirit liquids. The little girl liked spirit liquids with rich spiritual energy. However, she liked spirit liquids like Vitality Dew and 100-Flower Jade Dew the most. They contained vitality and could prolong a cultivator's life. However, which of these things could compare to the Wonder Dew? As long as you give this drop of spirit liquid to Linglong, Linglong will recognize you as her master. Good. Then it's a deal. Lu Ping was secretly delighted. He had been waiting for this little girl to say this. Chapter 692. Spiritual treasures had their own spirits and could choose their own masters. They could also use their own killing power, but they were unable to absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, the spiritual energy in an ownerless spiritual treasure would decrease with each use. Inside Lu Ping's core space, under Lu Ping's distressed eyes, Linglong, who had swallowed a drop of myriad wonder jade dew, giggled and transformed back into her original form. Then, she shrank into a palm-sized wine cup and entered Lu Ping's core space in a flash. Lu Ping's bloodline and core space were filled with thick Xinyuan. The moment the Linglong wine cauldron entered his core space, it was like a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the middle of the sea. Lu Ping felt 2/3 of his Xinyuan collapse and was completely swallowed by the Linglong wine cauldron. As for Lu Ping, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, Linglong wine cauldron was even more surprised. Although she could feel that Lu Ping's Xinyuan was rich, in her impression, with Lu Ping's cultivation, even if she took the initiative to recognize him as her master and swallowed a lot of spirit liquid to replenish her Xinyuan, it would still be impossible for Lu Ping to fill and refine all the Xinyuan she needed in 3 to 5 days. However, she didn't know that Lu Ping had refined 2 portions of Heaven's Step Dark Heavy Water when he advanced to the middle core forging stage, and 2 portions of Heaven's Step Myriad Wonder Jade Dew when he advanced to the late core forging stage. Among cultivators of the same level, his Xinyuan could only be described as heaven-defying. Otherwise, how could Lu Ping walk across the stone bridge in the central palace and obtain the inheritance of Ing Tiansek's soaring sky Laozu, as well as the pure Yang soul? The Linglong wine cauldron chose its own master, and Lu Ping had a strong Xinyuan that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. Therefore, Lu Ping was able to completely refine this spiritual treasure in an instant. However, after the Linglong wine cauldron was refined by Lu Ping, she found that her surprise was obviously not over. Ah! A sharp scream rang out in Lu Ping's heart space, causing Lu Ping to frown. Then, he heard Linglong's scream continue. Pure Yang Qi, so much pure Yang Qi, so much pure Yang Qi. Master, if you had told me earlier that you actually had so much pure Yang Qi, Linglong would have recognized you as her master long ago. Why would she need to drink so much Wonder Dew? If not for the fact that Linglong's wine cauldron had already been refined by him, Lu Ping's impulse to beat someone up would have been even stronger. What did he mean by apart from the 10,000 Wonder Dew, it's nothing special? The thing that Lu Ping gave Linglong's wine cauldron to drink was the least valuable 1,000 spirit wine. In the cultivation world, an ordinary jade pot would be worth hundreds of spirit stones. Lu Ping's storage magic tool was equivalent to 7 or 8 jars of 1,000 spirit wine, which was worth at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. As for the Vitality Dew and the 100-Flower Jade Dew, which could be used to extend one's lifespan and increase one's cultivation level, they almost could not be calculated with spirit stones. In the cultivation world, it was enough for a core forging stage cultivator to fight to the death. But in the eyes of Linglong's wine cauldron, it only received an evaluation of not very good. In the eyes of Lu Ping, this was clearly showing off after getting a bargain. After Linglong's wine cauldron entered the core space, It immediately moved towards the position closest to Lu Ping's golden core, but it was excluded from the natal gentian array by Lu Ping's divine sense. It was not that Linglong's wine cauldron could not compete with the natal gentian array, but because after the wine cauldron was refined by Lu Ping, it began to be controlled by Lu Ping and could not disobey Lu Ping's orders. So the Linglong's wine cauldron turned into a huge wine cauldron under the golden core and began to absorb the spirit qi with the golden core, accepting the spiritual treasure's nourishment from the golden core. And above the wine cauldron was the 9th grade white jade lotus, and the golden core was held up by the white jade lotus. From a distance, it seemed that the 9th grade white jade lotus and the golden core were even surrounded by the golden core, tightly imprisoning the Dan Xia in the natal gentian array. At any time, it would be swallowed by the wine cauldron. However, Linglong soon found that the Dan Xia around the golden core contained a rich pure yang qi, so she immediately cheered and focused all her attention on competing with the many magic treasures in the core space for the pure yang qi. Linglong's wine cauldron was a spiritual treasure that had survived a thunder tribulation. The promotion of the pure yang qi to the quality of Linglong's wine cauldron was no less than the nourishment of the golden core. The most important thing was that the pure yang qi would help her to overcome the thunder tribulation in the future. Perhaps the help was negligible, but for a spiritual treasure, any little help to overcome the thunder tribulation was extremely important and crucial. Inside the rock cave, Daoist Xiansu and the others looked at the innocent face of Lu Ping and the small wine cup suspended in his palm. They could not help but sigh and said, "Boy, you really have good luck." Lu Ping giggled, but did not say anything. Under the request of Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, and the others brought the Du mother and daughter back to the North Sea, and then Hu Lili sent them to the East China Sea's Listening Waves Island. Of course, the 2 top-quality spirit stones had to be paid by Lu Ping, which made Lu Ping feel distressed. He only had a few top-quality spirit stones on him, and if it was not for the 3 top-quality spirit stones he got from the Yingtian dojo, Lu Ping would have considered sending the Du mother and daughter to the North Sea. After Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, and the others returned to the North Sea, only Lu Ping and Du Jialua were left in the cave. Du Jialua cultivated by himself, and Lu Ping didn't bother him. Only when Du Jialua encountered difficulties in his cultivation would Lu Ping give him pointers. As for the rest of the time, Lu Ping took inventory of his gains from the Yingtian dojo. At the same time, he stepped up his cultivation to consolidate his cultivation that had soared to the peak of the 7th layer of core forging. Even so, he could faintly feel that he had already touched the barrier of the 8th layer of core forging. It was only a matter of time before he advanced to the next layer. Lu Ping opened the Golden House's door wide open, and his spirit pets all came out to take a stroll. Du Jialua, who was in the middle of cultivating, was left half dead. Although Du Jialua had seen Debao before, he had never seen a rat as big as a wild boar. He had also never heard of a foot-long purple crystal queen bee that rode on a wooden horse. He had also never seen a bird that could speak the human language, or a snake that was several feet long and as thick as a water bucket. Fortunately, he had seen the original body of Lu Dague, who had brought his family back to the cave in the rock. His stepmother, Madame Du, was originally possessed by a demon cultivator, and his half-sister was also a mixed blood of human and demon. Therefore, he was able to quickly calm down after the shock. When Samling, Lu Qiner, and the others saw Du Jialua, they all saw him as a new creature and tried to play with him. Fortunately, Du Jialua's mind was firm, and he wasn't affected much. This made Lu Ping feel gratified. Not long after, he stopped Samling and the others from playing. A little girl with 2 pigtails came out from behind Lu Ping. Linglong looked enviously at Samling, Lu Qiner, Zilan, Debao, and the others who were playing together. She raised her head and looked at Lu Ping, then carefully walked towards them. After a while, the group of little people laughed and played with each other. After recognizing Lu Ping as her master, Linglong became much more well-behaved, because she could see more of Lu Ping's secrets in Lu Ping's core space. Whether it was the rich pure yang qi, the white jade lotus floating above her head, the magic pill furnace, the Nachuan cauldron, or the ocean crossing boat, the flowing sword, the beautiful autumn water sword, the 5 elements cloud robe, and other magic treasures of the spirit cultivation level. Although these treasures were not as good as Linglong's, they were not as good as what Linglong had imagined she would be in Lu Ping's core space. Not only that, after Linglong entered the core space, she was quickly attacked twice in a row. There were 2 things that really frightened Linglong. The first was when Linglong enlarged her body and was ready to compete with Lu Ping's life gentian formation for the pure yang qi, a purple gourd, which was at the same distance as several magic treasures of the spirit cultivation level, suddenly spat a drop of spiritual liquid towards Linglong. When Linglong entered Lu Ping's core space, she was so overbearing to compete for the pure yang qi, so she could naturally feel the faint resistance from these magic treasures of the spirit cultivation level. After seeing the gourd spit out a drop of spiritual liquid, she was secretly amused. One of her innate talents was to swallow all kinds of spiritual liquid, but this gourd actually spat at her. Just as she was preparing to take this opportunity to give Lu Ping's magic treasures a show of strength, Linglong suddenly discovered that this drop of spiritual liquid was actually condensed from countless lightning bolts. How could Linglong, who had narrowly escaped death under the Thunder Tribulation, not be able to see that this drop of spiritual liquid was actually the Thunder Tribulation water, a high-grade heaven-stage spiritual treasure? At that moment, Linglong was so scared that she almost burst into tears. She immediately shrunk her body and looked at the purple gourd triumphantly swallowing the drop of Thunder Tribulation water with an incredulous look in her eyes. Only then did Linglong remember a legend circulating among spirit treasures. Could this gourd be the prototype of that legendary supreme spirit treasure? In an instant, Linglong suddenly found that her original nobility suddenly paled in comparison to this gourd. The appearance of the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd made Linglong restrain her sense of superiority as a spirit treasure, but Linglong immediately discovered something that made her even more frightened. The 7 strange 4-legged serpents hovering over Lu Ping made Linglong feel a sense of fear from the bottom of her heart. If the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd made Linglong feel fear because of her status, then the 7 strange serpents made Linglong feel a sense of natural reverence, as if she was born to fear them. This feeling was even worse than the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd. Linglong looked at the sealed pure yang energy, first being swallowed by the 7 strange serpents, then Lu Ping's natal gentian formation, and then the 7 Thunder Treasures gourd. As a spirit treasure, Linglong was only ranked 4th. In the rocky cave, Lu Ping naturally did not care about Linglong's ranking in the core space. He walked straight towards the House of Gold. After receiving the inheritance of the Longhui ancestor and nourished by the living soil, and other natural treasures, the spirit demon peach tree's cultivation had finally begun to grow. It had already reached the peak of the blood condensation realm and was about to condense its beast core and take human form. Chapter 693. Lu Ping did not expect that the person who would arrive a few days later would be Gua Xianshan Laozu. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Gua Xianshan Laozu had been Jinling's disciple before he had advanced to the core forging stage. He was a truly independent person. Now that Jinling had established the Yingshan mountain range, Gua Xianshan Laozu was naturally the most suitable candidate. However, the fact that the sect had directly sent a Dharma adept to establish a power in Central Plains showed how ambitious Jinling was. Accompanying Gua Xianshan Laozu was Gua Xianshan Laozu's 5th disciple, perfected Lu Xianyuan. He was also Master Immortal Lu when Lu Ping was still at the blood condensation realm's minor repairs. At this time, perfected Lu Xuanyuan's level of practice had already reached the 6th stage of the core forging stage. Although he was still a long way from breaking through to the late core forging stage, this level of practice was already considered one of the best among the 3rd-generation disciples. Other than these 2, there were also 2 early core forging 3rd-generation disciples and 5 4th-generation blood condensation disciples. These 9 people, together with Lu Ping, were the people Jinling had sent to Central Plains to secretly establish a power. The teleporter in the rocky cave was originally a single-person teleport. However, before perfected Xianxun left, he first modified the teleporter in the cave into a teleporter that could transport 5 people at a time. Then he teleported to the clear stream cave in the North Sea and modified the teleporter there as well. This way, the capacity of the teleporter was increased to the point where it could transport 5 people at a time between Central Plains and the North Sea. At the same time, the amount of top-grade spirit stones required for teleporting was greatly reduced. However, in the process of modifying these 2 teleportation formations, Spiritual Master Xianxun had used up more than half of the formation's spiritual materials he had obtained from the Yingtian dojo. It was not so easy to modify a super long-distance teleportation formation. Lu Ping explained everything about the rocky cave to Guotian Shanlaozu. Before Guotian Shanlaozu and the others returned to the North Sea, they had taken a large amount of low-grade training resources from the Yingtian Temple and left them in the rocky cave. This was enough for Guotian Shanlaozu to use in the early stages of establishing Yingshan Immortal Court. Just the medium spirit vein alone was enough to support an unranked power. Of course, with Guotian Shanlaozu's status as a Dharma adept, a single medium spirit vein was indeed too shabby. However, this was the beginning of everything, and this situation already made Guotian Shanlaozu very satisfied. After Guotian Shanlaozu arrived, he quickly commanded the people he had brought to roam the Yingshan mountain range. While familiarizing himself with the surroundings of the mountain range, he also constantly observed the movements of the Xiao Mo and Shura in the mountain range. After flattening the Ying-He, Dao Universe, and Yingshan sects, the Shura and Xiao Mo sects were like locusts passing through the land. Most of the Shura and Xiao Mo sects were led by the Blood Demons and Blood Shura to wreak havoc in some unknown place. There were only a few scattered Shura and Xiao Mo sects left in the Yingshan mountain range. These were the Shura and Xiao Mo sects who had fallen behind due to injuries or low levels of training. Ever since the Great Calamity, although the Shura and Xiao Mo sects had brought great disasters to the cultivation world, after the Shura and Xiao Mo sects had wreaked havoc in a certain area, they would rarely pass by that area again. Even other tribes of the Shura and Xiao Mo sects would rarely visit that area again. This was also the reason why Jinling could be at ease in setting up another residence in the Yingshan mountain range. This place had already been ravaged by the Shura and Xiao Mo sects, so during this great calamity, there would not be any large groups of Shura and Xiao Mo sects passing through the Yingshan mountain range again. After a period of preparation, Guoxianshan and Laozu established the Yingshan Immortal Academy on a mountain peak near the Ying-He mountain range. This would be the base of Jinling's faction in the Yingshan mountain range. Although the Yingshan Immortal Academy was spacious, it was still too small to be the base of a faction.
It could only be used as a secret base.
After about 3 months, when all the preparations were completed, Guoxianshan finally began to send disciples under the banner of Yingshan Immortal Academy to clean up the scattered Azuras and devil cultivators in the Yingshan mountain range. At the same time, they began to help the mortal villages in Yingshan Immortal Academy defend against the beast tides caused by the Azuras and devil cultivators rampaging in Yingshan mountain range. Slowly, the mortal villages within a radius of 50 kilometers of Yingshan Immortal Academy became part of Yingshan Immortal Academy's sphere of influence. At the same time, Yingshan Immortal Academy also began to host the bloodline activation ceremony in the dozen or so nearby villages, selecting cultivators with good aptitudes to enter Yingshan Immortal Academy to cultivate. Although the Shura and Xiao Mo sects had dealt a heavy blow to the cultivation world in the past, the Shura and Xiao Mo sects had never taken the initiative to attack places where mortals gathered. This could be considered a mystery in the cultivation world. Some cultivators had guessed that the reason why the Shura and Xiao Mo sects did not attack mortals was because mortals did not know how to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to expand their divine sense and will. Even though the Shura and Xiao Mo sects were bloodthirsty and devoured souls, the bloodline of mortals did not contain spiritual qi and could only nurture true essence. They could only observe their surroundings through their five senses and not through the divine sense and will of cultivators. Let's not talk about how Guoxianshan and Laozu had taken advantage of the vacuum in the Yingshan mountain range after the Shura's rampage to expand the territory of the newly established Yingshan Immortal Academy. They searched for and took over the various cultivation resource sites that the Yinghe, Yingshan, and Dao SpaceX had opened up in the Yingshan mountain range for their own use. After Lu Ping welcomed Guotianshan and Laozu, he once again became a hands-off shopkeeper. Guotianshan and Laozu presided over the Yingshan Immortal Academy and had many things to do. Other than occasionally coming out to refine a few cauldrons of pills, Lu Ping did not care about anything else. After greeting Guotianshan and Laozu, he returned to his cave dwelling and went into seclusion. For some reason, Guotianshan and Laozu did not care about Lu Ping's actions. Even though the other core forging cultivators felt indignant when they thought about it, the Yingshan Immortal Academy was not perfect in all aspects. The pills they needed for their cultivation still fell on Lu Ping. When they thought about Lu Ping's identity as an alchemy grandmaster, they all calmed down. He was special because he had the qualifications. They had no choice but to accept it. After Lu Ping went into seclusion, the Yingshan Immortal Academy no longer had any alchemy grandmaster. Even though Lu Ping had refined a batch of pills before he went into seclusion, no one knew how long Lu Ping would stay in seclusion. Guotianshan and Laozu could only ask for help from the sect. A few days later, Jinling's alchemy grandmaster, Daoist Xianfang, and 3 other alchemy grandmasters brought a batch of spiritual herbs of various ages that Jinling had sent to Yingshan Immortal Academy through the teleportation array. They took over the responsibility of managing the Yingshan Immortal Academy's pill room from Lu Ping. One of the blood condensation realm alchemy grandmaster who came with Daoist Xianfang was Tianyu, the one who held Lu Ping's alchemy master token. Tianyu was now one of the best alchemy grandmasters among the 4th generation of Jinling's disciples. He was favored by the seniors in the Pill Pavilion, especially the famous alchemy grandmaster, Daoist Xianfang, who gave him many pointers. The 4th generation disciples in the Pill Pavilion were envious of Tianyu. They all believed that Tianyu would definitely become Daoist Xianfang's disciple after he advanced to the mid-blood condensation realm. However, after a few years, Tianyu's cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm. However, he didn't even have the intention to become Daoist Xianfang's disciple. Tianyu's alchemy skills were the best among the 4th generation disciples. Many of his peers had already been accepted by the Pill Pavilion's alchemy masters and alchemy grandmasters. However, not a single alchemy grandmaster, including Daoist Xianfang, took the initiative to accept Tianyu as a disciple. As time passed, all kinds of rumors started to spread. Some people said that Tianyu was once under the care of a powerful figure in the Pill Pavilion. Ordinary alchemy masters naturally wouldn't accept Tianyu as a disciple, and Tianyu naturally wouldn't risk angering that powerful figure by accepting someone else as his master. There were also people who said that Tianyu was arrogant and thought that no one was qualified to be his master. He didn't even put Daoist Xianfang, who had helped him a lot, in his eyes. There were also people who said that Tianyu had offended someone that even Daoist Xianfang didn't dare to offend, so no one in the Pill Pavilion dared to accept him as a disciple. There were also people who asked Daoist Xianfang why he didn't accept Tianyu as a disciple. Since Daoist Xianfang had given Tianyu many pointers and Tianyu's talent in alchemy was quite high, Daoist Xianfang only smiled and didn't answer. Tianyu had also been asked several times why he didn't accept a master. With his master's pointers, with his talent in alchemy, his progress in alchemy would undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. However, Tianyu only politely declined their kind intentions. Because of this, he was even reprimanded by many 3rd and even 2nd generation alchemy masters. They all said that he was too arrogant, but Tianyu never defended himself. This time, Tianyu came to Yingshan Immortal Academy with a mid-grade pill furnace. Before he came to the Central Plains, Elder Immortal Feng Tao from Huangli Island had personally given it to him. This made the other 2 blood condensation alchemy masters who came with Daoist Xianfang very envious. When Daoist Xianfang saw the pill furnace, he only smiled. Lu Taohua was already 10 years old. Although her real age was probably much older than a cultivator who had reached the true spirit realm, she stubbornly counted the years from the year she transformed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. 10 years was a very long time for Samling, Lu Qiner, Lu Dague, Gua Tianshan, Laozu, Daoist Lu Xianyuan, and the others who managed Yingshan Immortal Academy. However, to Lu Taohua, 10 years was nothing compared to the time before she transformed. Thus, while Lu Ping was in seclusion, Lu Qiner's cultivation also broke through to the 5th stage of the core forging realm. Samling also advanced to the mid-stage of the core forging realm. Even Lu Debao's cultivation rose by 1 stage, reaching the 2nd stage. The Amethyst Queen Bee's cultivation rose by 2 stages, reaching the 3rd stage. Lu Dague also advanced to the 3rd stage. Under the management of Gua Tianshan and Laozu, the entire Yingshan Immortal Academy gradually got on the right track and started to develop steadily. With the Yingshan Immortal Academy's true spirit peak as the center, the Yingshan mountain range within a radius of 1,000 miles became part of the Yingshan Immortal Academy's sphere of influence. 10 years later, Tianyu, who was at the 6th stage of the blood condensation realm, successfully refined a batch of pills for the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Under the special care of Daoist Lu Xianyuan, Du Jialua advanced to the blood condensation realm. In the forbidden area of the Yingshan Immortal Academy, near the Ying River, a huge vortex of spiritual energy gradually formed in the sky, attracting the attention of all the disciples of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. Chapter 694. Heavenly Phenomenon. It was common for a core forging cultivator to trigger a heavenly phenomenon when he broke through. However, it was at most a violent storm that caused the sky to darken. Only when a Dharma manifestation cultivator broke through would they absorb all the spirit chi in a radius of tens of miles, forming a huge spirit chi whirlpool in the sky above the cultivator's seclusion. However, this phenomenon occurred when Lu Ping broke through to the 8th level of the core forging realm. Even though this spirit chi whirlpool did not look as vast as the heavenly phenomenon caused by a Dharma manifestation cultivator, it was truly formed. In the ocean palace of the Yingshan Immortal Academy, perfected Lu Xianyuan, who was reporting to Gua Tianshan Laozu about the academy, looked at the sky above the back mountain in shock. Below the back mountain of the Yingshan Immortal Academy was a cliff that had been cut by the Ying River. From the moment the Yingshan Immortal Academy was established, it had been listed as a forbidden area. Perfected Lu Xianyuan naturally knew who was in the forbidden area, but he definitely did not expect that Lu Ping would trigger such a shocking heavenly phenomenon. Perfected Lu Xianyuan looked at Gua Tianshan Laozu, who was sitting cross-legged and did not react to the heavenly phenomenon caused by Lu Ping. He thought for a while and said, "Teacher, junior brother Lu is extremely talented. The heavenly phenomenon caused by his breakthrough is almost the same as that of a Dharma manifestation cultivator. However, isn't this breakthrough a little too ostentatious? The current situation in the Yingshan mountain range is very delicate. Junior brother Lu's breakthrough might be used by people with ulterior motives to harm the Yingshan Immortal Academy." Gua Tianshan Laozu smiled slightly and said, "Old man might not see it. The key is how you use it. If you use it well, you might be able to completely establish our sex position in the Yingshan mountain range." Perfected Lu Xianyuan was stunned for a moment before he fell into deep thought. After the news of the Azura and Devil cultivators joining hands to wreak havoc in the Yingshan mountain range spread, many cultivators who wanted to avoid the calamity began to plan to temporarily move their cave mansions to the Yingshan mountain range. This was also because the Azura and Devil cultivators rarely wreaked havoc in the same place twice. However, ever since the Yingshan sect was destroyed, the cultivation resources in the Yingshan mountain range that the Yingtian sect had originally managed had been divided by the various sects in the Central Plains. Only the leftovers were left. This was also why after the Yingtian sect's thousands of years, only 3 sects that could barely be considered small powers had established themselves in the Yingshan mountain range. Hence, even though the demonic cultivators and Shura's calamity had passed, and this place had most likely become a pure land in the cultivation world, it was an extremely barren pure land. Hence, the cultivators who came here to avoid the calamity were merely itinerant cultivators with low cultivation. At most, there were a few small clans and small sections. However, there were exceptions to everything. Even though the Yinghe, Yingshan, and Daoyu sects that were originally stationed in the Yingshan mountain range had been destroyed by the Shura and demonic cultivators, Laozu from these 3 sects had managed to escape. After the Shura and demonic cultivators retreated from the Yingshan mountain range, the Yingshan Immortal Academy was the first to rise. Even though the Yinghe, Yingshan, and Daoyu sects had been destroyed, the spirit gathering grounds, spirit material mines, and even some remnant spirit veins that these sects had previously controlled were not completely destroyed by the Shura and demonic cultivators. As a result, the Yingshan Immortal Academy moved or occupied many of the spirit gathering grounds, ruined spirit herb gardens, spirit material gardens, and spirit material mines in the ruins of the Yinghe and Yingshan sections. However, just as the Yingshan Immortal Academy gained a foothold in the Yingshan mountain range, Yushang Laozu of the Daoyu sect suddenly led the remaining disciples of the Yingshan and Daoyu sects back to the Yingshan mountain range to re-establish their sect. For some reason, the Yingshan Immortal Academy's 5 blessings Laozu did not return with Yushang Laozu, while the remaining disciples of the Yingshan sect returned with Yushang Laozu. As for the other Yingshan mountain range sect, Changhe Laozu and the remaining disciples of the Yinghe sect did not appear in the Yingshan mountain range. After Yushang Laozu re-established his sect, he discovered that many of the training resources that originally belonged to him had been taken by the Yingshan side sect. Under the leadership of Yushang Laozu, the newly established Mountain Universe sect naturally did not want their resources to be taken away by others. However, when Yushang Laozu led the disciples of the sect to attack the sect, they were stopped by Guitianshan Laozu. In the end, the Mountain Universe sect's cultivators retreated pathetically. Only then did they realize that this newly established Yingshan Immortal Academy actually had a Dharma adept as their leader. Moreover, their strength was not below that of the Mountain Universe sect, which was formed by the remaining disciples of the Daoyu and Yingshan sections. Although the Yingshan Immortal Academy had relied on the array formation at the Mountain Gate and Guitianshan Laozu's sudden appearance to catch the Mountain Universe sect off guard, the Yingshan Immortal Academy had just been established. Other than Guitianshan Laozu, the number of core forging and blood condensation cultivators they had was far behind the Mountain Universe sect. Helpless, Guitianshan Laozu sent people back to Jinling to seek help. On the other hand, he had no choice but to reduce the expansion of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. He only kept the area within a radius of 1,000 miles as the foundation of the Yingshan Immortal Academy's influence. Although Guitianshan Laozu sent a request for help back to Jinling, Jinling only sent 5 cultivators. 3 of them were core forging cultivators, 1 each at the late, mid, and early stages. The remaining 2 were 4th-generation disciples at the late blood condensation stage. The leader of the 5 was Jiang Tianlin Laozu's eldest disciple, enlightened Master Xiantian, who had already advanced to the late core forging stage. Guitianshan Laozu found out from enlightened Master Xiantian that although Jinling's position in the North Sea was still stable, the situation had changed. Although Jinling could still cope with the situation, it was not enough for them to send extra forces to support the Yingshan Immortal Academy in the Middle Lands. After all, although establishing a base in the Middle Lands was important, it was not an urgent matter. With Jinling's strength, it was not enough to support the rapid rise of the Yingshan Immortal Academy. In Jinling's plan, the Yingshan Immortal Academy was just to establish an inconspicuous faction to deceive people so that it would be easier for Jinling to do things in the Middle Lands in the future. Now, they had to keep a low profile. Even if they had to swallow their anger, they had to continue pretending. However, The members of Jinling Laozu did not expect that Guotianshan Laozu would take advantage of the lack of influence in the Yingshan Immortal Academy to plunder a lot of cultivation resources from the three sects of Yingshan Immortal Academy. This allowed the academy to develop so quickly that it incurred the hatred of the Mountain Universe sect. Enlightened Master Xiantian came to the Yingshan Immortal Academy not only to receive reinforcements from Jinling, but also to inform Guotianshan Laozu of the sect's strategy of concealing their strength and biding their time. Thus, even though the Yingshan Immortal Academy's strength had increased in the following years, they avoided conflicts with the Mountain Universe sect as much as possible and never took the initiative to provoke them. When Lu Ping came out of seclusion to visit Guotianshan Laozu, he coincidentally ran into Enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan and Enlightened Master Xiantian discussing matters in Guotianshan Laozu's cave residence. Enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan told Lu Ping the general situation of the Yingshan Immortal Academy's development in the past 10 years. After all, Lu Ping still had the title of Yingshan Immortal Academy's Vice Mountain Lord, so it was not right for him to not know anything about the Yingshan Immortal Academy. After listening to Enlightened Master Lu Xuanyuan's narration, although Lu Ping was dissatisfied with the sect's strategy of concealing their strength and biding their time, this strategy was undoubtedly the safest way of development. However, Lu Ping also sensed that the situation in the North Sea seemed to have changed greatly from this order. Thus, he turned to look at Enlightened Master Xiantian and said, "Senior, how is the situation in the North Sea? It's not too good, but our sect should be able to deal with it. In the North Sea, our sect still holds the initiative." Enlightened Master Xiantian thought for a moment, weighing his words as he slowly explained to Lu Ping. It turned out that when the Ying Tian Dojo opened 10 years ago, not only did the various sects in the North Sea start to fight amongst themselves, but after the dojo collapsed, they were ambushed by the local forces near the Ying Tian Dojo, as well as the sudden invasion of the demonic cultivators and Shura cultivators. Although the Dharma adepts of the various sects in the North Sea managed to escape from danger, the late core forging disciples of the various sects who participated in the Ying Tian Dojo trip were all injured. Jinling, whose strength was still intact, was naturally the biggest winner of this trip to the Ying Tian Dojo. Although Enlightened Master Xuanju, Enlightened Master Xiansun, Enlightened Master Xuanqiu, and Enlightened Master Xianchun were all seriously injured, they had Lu Ping, the Alchemy Grandmaster, and Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, who was no weaker than a mid-Dharma adept, to protect them. In the end, they all returned to their sects unscathed. Even if Jinling did not say anything, the various sects in the North Sea knew that Jinling had definitely benefited the most. After the trip to the Ying Tian Dojo, the biggest impact on the North Sea cultivation world was undoubtedly the fight for the Dharma Power Soul. Smoke Mist Laozu and Songli Laozu fought, and the result was that the two sects that were originally closest to the North Sea, Shui Yen Pavilion and Hai Yen Sect, had turned against each other. During the trip to the Ying Tian Dojo, a late core forging disciple from Shui Yen Pavilion was ambushed and killed by Zhang Shi and Donghua Laozu of the Blue Sea Sect in the Central Palace. Smoke Mist Laozu formed a team with Jiang Tianlin and the others in the final battle, which also caused Shui Yen Pavilion to eventually join Jinling's camp. As for the Hai Yen Sect, in order not to be isolated, they had no choice but to join the alliance formed by the Blue Sea Sect and Xianling Sect to fight against Jinling together. On the surface, the strength of the four sects on Jinling's side was not much different from that of the Xianling Sect, Blue Sea Sect, Hai Yen Sect, Fei Sect, and Linggu Sect. But in fact, in Jinling's camp, because of Jinling's absolute status, this camp was united around Jinling. On the other hand, although the loose alliance formed by the other five sects had a common enemy, Jinling, whether it was the Xianling Sect, the Blue Sea Sect, or the newly joined Hai Yen Sect, the absolute strength of these three sects was not too far apart. Therefore, this alliance was like a group of dragons without a leader. It was even in the midst of internal strife for power and profit. In the battle against Jinling, they were suppressed by Jinling's side in every aspect. However, in recent years, the Crystal Palace's interference in the affairs of the North Sea through Xianling Sect had increased. With the support of the Crystal Palace, Xianling Sec's status in the North Sea finally began to rise again. In addition, during the trip to the Yingtian Dojo, Xianling Sec's Feng Shutao Laozu had inherited the Dharma soul and successfully passed the early Dharma stage 3 years ago, becoming Xianling Sec's third mid-Dharma adept. With the original top expert of the North Sea, Daoxing Laozu, in charge, Xianling Sec's strength finally surpassed the Blue Sea sect. Their authority in the alliance had also surpassed the Blue Sea sect and the Hai Yen sect. In the process of fighting against Jinling's camp, Xianling sect had also finally gained the leadership. In addition, Zhang Shi of the Blue Sea sect had advanced to the Dharma stage, and a second-generation disciple of the Hai Yen sect had finally crossed the threshold of the Dharma stage. Xianling sect's camp finally had the power to fight against Jinling. Fortunately, in the past 10 years, Jinling's Liang Xianfeng and Chu Xuanqing had advanced to the Dharma stage one after another. The number of Dharma adepts in Jinling had increased to a terrifying 12. In addition, a second-generation disciple from the Shui Yen Pavilion had also advanced to the Dharma stage. Therefore, although Jinling's camp could no longer suppress Xianling sect's camp with the support of the Crystal Palace like before, they could still gain the upper hand. After listening to spiritual master Xuantian's explanation, Lu Ping finally had a direct understanding of Jinling's situation in the North Sea. No wonder their sect was so stingy with their support for Yingshan Immortal Academy. It turned out that Jinling's current situation in the North Sea was not very optimistic. This also caused Jinling to not dare to freely expand its power in the Central Plains. Lu Ping turned to spiritual master Lu Xianyuan and asked about the development of Yingshan Immortal Academy. Yingshan Immortal Academy had been established for 10 years. Because of Gui Tianshan Laozu's achievement in defeating the Shanyu sect's Yushang Laozu, many itinerant cultivators who had entered the Yingshan mountain range to avoid the calamity wanted to join Yingshan Immortal Academy. However, although Yingshan Immortal Academy had Gui Tianshan Laozu, there were only 8 core forging third-generation disciples, including Lu Ping. There were 2 late-stage core forging disciples, 3 mid-stage core forging disciples, and 3 early-stage core forging disciples. Thus, those itinerant core forging cultivators who wanted to join Yingshan Immortal Academy in the Central Plains would become Immortal Academy's guest chamberlains after passing the Academy's test. However, due to the Academy's own secrecy, they were extremely cautious in choosing their guest chamberlains. After 10 years, Yingshan Immortal Academy only had 5 core forging guest chamberlains. There were 2 mid-stage core forging disciples and 3 early-stage core forging disciples. There were quite a number of blood condensation outer sect disciples, but there were no more than 20 of them. These people were mainly hired by Jinling to guide the talented youths from the mortal villages within the Academy's 1,000-mile radius. In these 10 years, although my abilities are limited, I've been diligent. I've managed to get the disciples of Immortal Academy on the right track. There's already a batch of talented disciples who have recently advanced to the blood condensation realm. Among them is the kid you recommended, Du Jialua. He has only advanced to the blood condensation realm a few days ago, and is currently consolidating his cultivation. Oh. When Lu Ping heard that Du Jialua had advanced to the blood condensation realm, he couldn't help but show some interest. He asked, "Senior brother, do you know what his main bloodline is after he advanced to the blood condensation realm?" Lu Xianyuan smiled. After he advanced to the blood condensation realm, I called him over to ask about it. It turns out that he has an Earth attribute ape bloodline. Among the other 6 mixed bloodlines, 2 of them are Earth attribute, 1 is Fire attribute, and 1 is Metal attribute. According to the natural law of the 5 elements, this bloodline is considered top-notch. If he is properly nurtured, he will definitely become a core forging cultivator in the future. When Lu Ping heard about Du Jialua's mixed bloodline, he nodded to himself. This kind of mixed bloodline was much stronger than Lu Ping's when he advanced to the blood condensation realm. However, when he heard perfected Lu Xianyuan say that Du Jialua could advance to the core forging stage in the future, Lu Ping couldn't help but laugh. From Lu Ping's point of view, this kid would be nurtured like a Dharma adept. However, The secret of Du Jialua consuming a spirit fruit to strengthen his physical body was only known by a few people. In order to protect him, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't spread this information. At this time, perfected Lu Xianyuan said, "It's a shame to say this, but it's rare for cultivators from overseas to have Earth attribute bloodlines. Although Master and I both practice Earth attribute techniques, it's not the true techniques of our sect. We've only reached the mid-Dharma stage. Strictly speaking, the techniques that Master and I practice belong to the turtle bloodline, which is not compatible with this kid's ape bloodline. Otherwise, I might have accepted him as my disciple back then." Lu Ping looked at perfected Lu Xianyuan in surprise. Among the third-generation disciples, perfected Lu Xianyuan was considered a person with high standards. Now that he was already at the peak of the 6th level of the core forging stage, he had only accepted one true disciple. However, he seemed to have 3 to 5 registered disciples. Among the third-generation disciples who were only at the core forging stage, he was second only to Lu Ping. Lu Ping was just thinking about how to hint to perfected Lu Xianyuan when he heard perfected Lu Xianyuan say, "However, I heard that 10 years ago, Elder Uncle Tianlin brought back a large number of Ying Tian sect's ancient books from the Ying Tian sect. I don't know if the sect has finished sorting them out, but I think there might be Earth attribute ape bloodline techniques among them. It's just that I've been staying at the Yingshan Immortal Academy all these years, so I'm not very well informed about the sect." Lu Ping hurriedly smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I've already made some arrangements for this kid. As for the cultivation technique, senior brother can ask him to find me after his cultivation has stabilized." Lu Xianyuan looked at Lu Ping with a surprised expression. After a while, he pointed at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "So junior brother has already made arrangements. This kid is actually favored by junior brother. If this matter spreads to the North Sea, I wonder how many 4th-generation disciples of the sect will complain about how unfair it is." Lu Ping smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother must be joking. I'm lazy by nature and just don't want to waste time teaching other disciples. However, this kid has some talent after all. It would be a pity to bury it like this. Give him an opportunity. If he can be nurtured, perhaps it will be a blessing for the sect in the future." After bidding farewell to perfected Lu Xianyuan and the others, Lu Ping walked out of the True Spirit Hall and came face to face with a familiar person. The person clearly saw Lu Ping and showed a surprised expression on his face. He hurriedly stopped and slightly bowed, saying, "Greetings, senior brother Xian Ping." Although Lu Ping found this person familiar, he did not immediately remember who this person was. After the person bowed and greeted him, Lu Ping patted his head and said, "Your junior brother Xianfang? I didn't expect you to also come to the central mainland." After exchanging greetings with this fellow disciple who had a dispute with him in the past, Lu Ping first returned to the rock cave in the back mountain with the excuse that he had just broken through and needed to consolidate his cultivation. Perfected Xianfang looked at Lu Ping's back with a complicated expression and sighed after a long time. There was only a look of admiration left on his face. He turned around and hurriedly walked into the True Spirit Hall. In the rock cave, in the stone room where Lu Ping cultivated in seclusion, Lu Ping looked at a small bronze wine cup placed next to the stone furnace that suppressed the spiritual vein and suddenly asked, "It's been 10 years. Linglong, have you done what you said before?" Chapter 695. If the Linglong wine cauldron was used as an offensive or defensive treasure, it would at most display the power of a spirit-nourishing treasure. It was far from being comparable to her identity as a spiritual treasure. In fact, the true name of the Linglong wine cauldron should be called the Spirit-Gathering Wine Cauldron. As a spiritual treasure that had survived a lightning tribulation, the most important function of the Linglong wine cauldron was to assist in cultivation, and this function was reflected in the gathering of spiritual qi. Lu Ping spent 10 years to reach the 8th layer of core forging. The reason why he didn't spend more time to consolidate his unstable cultivation was because of the Linglong wine cauldron. When Lu Ping broke through to the 8th layer of core forging, he didn't need to spend a lot of time to stabilize his cultivation. In fact, in the cultivation world, there were many magic treasures that could gather spiritual qi. For example, the purple spirit jade pendant that Lu Ping wore on his waist was refined from the 1,000-year cold jade that second senior sister gave him when he entered the sect. Later, as Lu Ping's cultivation continued to increase, the jade pendant was upgraded from a top-grade magic treasure to a spiritual treasure. If it weren't for the 1,000-year cold jade's material limitations, perhaps Lu Ping would have already broken away from Chen Lian and upgraded it to a spiritual treasure. In fact, in the cultivation world, there were many magic treasures that could gather spiritual qi. Not to mention others, Lu Ping wore a purple spiritual jade pendant that was refined from the Millennium Cold Jade that second senior sister gave him when he entered the sect. Later, as Lu Ping's cultivation continued to increase, the jade pendant was upgraded from a top-grade magic treasure to a spiritual treasure. If it weren't for the Millennium Cold Jade's material limitations, perhaps Lu Ping would have already broken away from Chen Lian and upgraded it to a spiritual treasure. However, these kinds of auxiliary magic treasures that were used to gather spiritual qi, suppress the soul, calm the nerves, and restore one's vitality had a common problem. It was too difficult to improve one's own quality, and it was basically a fantasy to pass the lightning tribulation and become a spiritual treasure. From this point, it could be said that the Linglong Wine Cauldron, which was an auxiliary magic treasure that focused on gathering spiritual qi, was able to survive the lightning tribulation. However, after the Linglong Wine Cauldron passed the Thunder Calamity, it gained a new ability that Lu Ping thought was extremely heaven-defying. That was the ability to gather spiritual veins. That's right. Not only did the Linglong Wine Cauldron have a powerful spirit-gathering function, it could also gradually form a permanent spirit vein. Although the time needed to gather the spirit vein seemed to be quite long, the Linglong Wine Cauldron relied on the medium-sized spirit vein in the cave to greatly shorten the time needed to nurture the spirit vein. 10 years ago, when Lu Ping was in closed-door training, Linglong once boasted that she could use 10 years to rely on the medium-sized spirit vein in the cave to gather a small spirit vein. Although a small spirit vein was not in Lu Ping's eyes, the ability of Linglong to gather the spirit vein really surprised Lu Ping. Because a spirit vein was different from spiritual qi, it would not disappear and would grow endlessly. If the news of gathering a small spirit vein in 10 years were to spread, Lu Ping could imagine how many Dharma Laozi would come to besiege him. He would definitely be dead. The small wine cup turned back into a 3 feet tall girl. Linglong proudly jumped down from the stone platform and said, "Master, please look." However, with Lu Ping's divine sense, Lu Ping had already felt that the spiritual qi in the cave suddenly became thicker. Although a small spirit vein emitted only 1% of the concentration of spiritual qi compared to a medium-sized spirit vein, but the increased concentration of spiritual qi was still keenly captured by Lu Ping. Can it really gather a spirit vein? Although Lu Ping had already believed that Linglong would not lie, when he really saw a small spirit vein in the cave, he could not help but exclaim in amazement. How can it be fake? Linglong had an arrogant look on her face. Lu Ping's divine sense carefully examined the small spirit vein attached to the medium-sized spirit vein. Then he thought of something and turned to ask, "By the way, since you can rely on a medium-sized spirit vein to transform a small spirit vein, can you rely on a large spirit vein to transform a small spirit vein?" When Linglong heard Lu Ping's words, her face suddenly changed, and then she said indignantly, "Master, in your dreams. If according to Master's words, if Linglong is placed on a large spirit vein, won't it directly nurture a medium-sized spirit vein?" Lu Ping also knew that his idea was too shocking. If according to what he thought, with Linglong's wine cauldron in hand, the large spirit vein that Jinling spent tens of thousands of years to nurture would be a joke in Lu Ping's eyes. Then he laughed. "Master is too greedy, but Linglong can nurture a small spirit vein. This is already shocking enough." But although Linglong can't transform a small spirit vein, if you let Linglong rely on a large spirit vein, it can shorten the time to gather a small spirit vein by 2 years. If you rely on a large spirit vein, then every 5 years, Linglong can gather a small spirit vein. When Lu Ping heard this, his eyes lit up again. Even if it could only gather a small spirit vein, but after a long time, this magical power of Linglong's was enough to defy the heavens. As if sensing Lu Ping's thoughts, Linglong pouted and said, "Master, don't think that Linglong can rely on a spirit vein for too long. Each spirit vein can only gather 3 small spirit veins at most. After that, this spirit vein can no longer be used by Linglong." After hearing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he also knew that if Linglong could really gather on a spirit vein endlessly after hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps all the spirit veins in the cultivation world would be gathered under Linglong's feet. But, step by step, Linglong lured Lu Ping's greed. With a smile, she changed the topic and said, "If Linglong can survive the second lightning tribulation, then Linglong can rely on a medium spirit vein to gather 2 small spirit veins in 10 years. Lu Ping's eyes immediately lit up and said, "If I survive the third lightning tribulation, doesn't that mean I can gather 3 small spirit veins in 10 years? However, Lu Ping then seemed to think of something and said, "Every time I survive the lightning tribulation, I can only rely on a spirit vein to gather 3 small spirit veins at most? If that's the case, there won't be any significant change except for shortening the time." Linglong whispered greedy master again and then said, "No, it's just that the number of spirit veins Linglong can breed every time I use the supernatural power will increase, but the number of the 3 times I use the supernatural power will not change. In other words, after Linglong survives the second lightning tribulation, I can rely on a medium spirit vein to breed a total of 6 small spirit veins, and after the third lightning tribulation, I can breed 9 small spirit veins." Lu Ping finally understood. Although Linglong's words were enough to make Lu Ping excited, and he secretly sighed that this spiritual treasure was really worth it, but Lu Ping was still a person with a clear mind. He was not confused by Linglong's beautiful future. What a joke! For an auxiliary spiritual treasure like Linglong, without the power to kill or protect, it would be much more difficult to survive the lightning tribulation than other spiritual treasures. The difference between a second tribulation spiritual treasure and a third tribulation spiritual treasure was too big. Lu Ping was now just a cultivator who had just advanced to the 8th layer of core forging. Helping a spiritual treasure to survive the lightning tribulation was far from a problem that Lu Ping could consider. However, Linglong seemed unwilling to give up this opportunity to tempt Lu Ping. She still described to Lu Ping the beautiful future that she would bring to Lu Ping after she grew up. "Master, if you can help Linglong survive the third lightning tribulation and help Linglong successfully advance to a pure yang spiritual treasure, then Linglong will be able to breed small spirit veins." After listening to this, the corner of Lu Ping's mouth twitched, but he was no longer willing to listen to Linglong's endless chatter. Pure yang spiritual treasure? It was said that Prangdoran's #1 divine tool, the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash, was a pure yang spiritual treasure, but was that something that Lu Ping could hope to achieve? Seeing that Lu Ping didn't want to listen to her anymore, Linglong obviously didn't want to give up. She followed behind Lu Ping, as if she wanted to get a promise from Lu Ping. Lu Ping was really helpless against this tale, so he stretched out his hand and summoned the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash from the space in his heart core. Crackle. The moment the 7 Treasures Thunder Gourd appeared in Lu Ping's hand, it released a bolt of lightning as if to demonstrate its might. Linglong, who was behind him, jumped in fright and stopped in her tracks. She stared at the purple gourd in Lu Ping's hand with fear in her eyes. In the past 10 years, in addition to Lu Ping's cultivation advancing to the 8th layer of core forging, Lu Ping also made progress in 3 other things that were closely related to his own strength. The 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash's power greatly increased, and it was the second one after Linglong's spirit vein. Lu Ping found some records about the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash in the ancient books of the Ingtian Dojo. Although the refining method of the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash was not recorded, there were some descriptions of the 7 Thunder Treasures Calabash's growth process. In order for the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash to grow, it needed to swallow a total of 49 different kinds of heaven and earth oddities, 7 of each attribute. However, before the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash became a spiritual magic treasure, it needed a total of 21 kinds of heaven and earth oddities as a foundation. After becoming a spiritual magic treasure, it only needed 7 kinds of heaven and earth oddities. However, these 7 kinds of heaven and earth oddities were different from ordinary heaven and earth oddities. In that ancient book, Lu Ping learned that the cultivation world's heaven and earth oddities could be divided into 3 grades. Before the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash became a spiritual magic treasure, it only needed the most common low-grade heaven and earth oddities. After the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash became a spiritual magic treasure, it needed to swallow middle-grade heaven and earth oddities. Compared to low-grade heaven and earth oddities, middle-grade heaven and earth oddities were undoubtedly much rarer. It was no wonder that after the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash's evolution, Lu Ping had used many kinds of heaven and earth oddities for it to swallow, but the calabash did not respond. Lu Ping also checked the grades of some heaven and earth oddities according to the classification in the ancient book. He found that among the 7 kinds of heaven and earth oddities that Lu Ping smelted with his protective aura qi, 3 of them were actually middle-grade heaven and earth oddities. Moreover, the myriad poison liquid that Lu Ping smelted at the beginning was barely at the threshold of high-grade heaven and earth oddities. Chapter 696. Although the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash already had 3 psychic treasure restrictions, if it wanted to go further, it needed to devour 7 kinds of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities of different attributes. Fortunately, during this trip to the Yingtian dojo, Jinling had harvested a lot of heaven and earth oddities. With the consent of Jiang Tianlin and Laozu, Lu Ping used the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash to select a few types of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities for the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash to devour. After 10 years of refining and brewing, the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash's power had finally been greatly enhanced. Although its quality was still far from reaching the peak of psychic treasure, the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash's true power was no less than an ordinary spirit-nurturing treasure. However, Lu Ping also knew that in order to upgrade the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash to a spirit-nurturing treasure, the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash must absorb 7 types of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities of different attributes. After becoming a spirit-nurturing treasure, the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash still needed to absorb 7 types of mid-grade heaven and earth oddities before it could become a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure. After becoming a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure, the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash could only absorb rarer high-grade heaven and earth oddities. What were high-grade heaven and earth oddities? For example, the myriad poison syrup that could nurture the myriad wonder dew, the growing soil that was as valuable as the growing soil, a mid-grade heaven-rank spirit treasure, and so on. These were all high-grade mystical items. And after the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash had passed the 3rd lightning tribulation, and before the calabash became a pure yang spirit treasure, Lu Ping would have to search for 14 types of high-grade mystical items like the myriad poison syrup and growing soil, all of which belonged to the 7 elements. After reading these contents, Lu Ping finally understood why the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash had not gathered all 49 heaven and earth oddities. Not to mention the rarity of these high-grade heaven and earth oddities, even after becoming a Thunder Tribulation spiritual treasure, it could only absorb 7 types of high-grade heaven and earth oddities. It was no wonder that after Pringdaoren, the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash never reached the height of the number 1 divine weapon. After using the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash to scare off Linglong's wine cauldron, Lu Ping once again immersed his spiritual will into the core space. Above the grade 9 white jade lotus, the 8th monstrous flood dragon that had just appeared on the surface of a huge golden core was playing with the other monstrous flood dragons. Under the dense purple dan qi of the golden core, 12 origin Qin beads emitting 5-colored light were constantly revolving around the golden core. Lu Ping's spiritual force was currently focused on one of the gentian pearls. Different from the other gentian beads, this gentian bead surface was emitting a much brighter multicolored light. Every time the ninth order white jade lotus flashed a beam of light, the entire 12 gentian beads would shine brightly, resonating with the ninth order white jade lotus, as if they were breathing around the Jindan together. At the same time, the brightest elemental bead took the opportunity to transmit some mysterious information to the other 11 elemental beads through the formation diagram. This shining gentian bead was one of Lu Ping's greatest gains from his seclusion. Unlike Jiang Tianlin Laozu's 108 leaf-shaped life-bonded magic treasures, Jiang Tianlin Laozu's life-bonded magic treasure seemed to have 108 leaves, but in fact, they were 108 parts of a magic treasure. Each of these 108 parts had the power of an ordinary magic treasure, but when this magic treasure was finally combined, according to Lu Ping's knowledge, its power had reached the peak of spirit-nourishing magic treasures. The reason why Jiang Tianlin Laozu generously gave up the opportunity to subdue the Linglong wine cauldron instead of using it himself was not only because the Linglong wine cauldron was an auxiliary magic treasure, but also because Jiang Tianlin Laozu was preparing his own life-bonded magic treasure to transcend the tribulation and become a lightning tribulation spiritual treasure. Compared with the life-bonded magic treasure, the Linglong wine cauldron was less important in Jiang Tianlin Laozu's opinion. In the past, Jiang Tianlin Laozu hadn't subdued the Linglong wine cauldron, so it was impossible for him to know that the Linglong wine cauldron had such a heaven-defying ability to gather spirit veins. Lu Ping's life-bonded magic treasure was divided into 13 magic treasures, not 13 parts of a magic treasure. These 13 life-bonded magic treasures could form a complete life-bonded gentian formation, but they could also be used individually. If each of these 13 life-bonded magic treasures became spirit-nourishing magic treasures, then their power would far surpass Jiang Tianlin Laozu's life-bonded magic treasure. However, Lu Ping wanted to turn 13 magic treasures into spirit-nourishing magic treasures in one go. In the eyes of other cultivators, this was a crazy and almost impossible task. However, this kind of crazy thing could only be done by someone like Lu Ping, who had a unique true essence bloodline among cultivators of the same level. At the very least, during these 10 years, Lu Ping had successfully condensed the 7th restriction on one of the 12 gentian beads, making it a spirit-nourishing magic treasure. After this gentian bead became a spirit-nourishing magic treasure, Lu Ping was delighted to find that, perhaps because of the formation, there was a connection between this spirit-nourishing magic treasure and the other 12 life-bonded magic treasures. It was precisely because of this connection that it would be much easier for Lu Ping to upgrade the other 12 magic treasures to spirit-nourishing magic treasures in the future. At the very least, Lu Ping wouldn't have to spend another 10 years to upgrade a gentian bead to a spirit-nourishing magic treasure. In fact, during Lu Ping's seclusion this time, the improvement of his strength was not limited to these aspects. Lu Ping had collected many books from the Yingtian dojo. Before Jiang Tianlin, Laozu, and the others returned to the North Sea, he had selected many books from the martial uncles that Lu Ping thought would be useful to him. He had recorded all of them for himself to study. This increased the number of spells and techniques that Lu Ping had mastered. This would definitely allow Lu Ping to have more ways to adapt when facing an enemy. While Lu Ping was meditating on the water elemental sword technique he obtained from the Yingtian dojo, a few days had passed unknowingly. Suddenly, Lu Ping's expression changed as he sat cross-legged on the stone platform. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the stone cauldron on the stone platform beside him. The stone cauldron immediately spun on the stone platform, and the door to the stone cauldron opened. After Du Jialua successfully advanced to the blood condensation realm, he used close to a month to completely consolidate his new breakthrough. Just as he came out of seclusion, the late blood condensation realm master Immortal Wang Zixian, who had been in charge of leading his cultivation, appeared in front of him with a strange expression. Looking at Du Jialua's aura, Master Immortal Wang nodded in satisfaction. he said. Not bad. Your foundation is very solid. Since your cultivation has advanced to the blood condensation realm, according to the rules of the Immortal Academy, you are automatically promoted to an elite disciple. You have the right to choose a legacy cultivation technique. Go to the True Spirit Pavilion of the Immortal Academy and choose a legacy cultivation technique from Mountain Elder Lu Xianyuan. Du Jialua was stunned. He said, shouldn't disciple go to the Scripture Pavilion to choose a legacy cultivation technique? How can I trouble Mountain Elder? A trace of confusion flashed across Wang Zixian's face, but he still laughed and scolded. It's a great opportunity to have Martial Uncle Lu choose a legacy cultivation technique for you. Are you not willing? Du Jialua chuckled and rubbed his head. He said, disciple is just curious. Disciple will go to the True Spirit Pavilion to pay a visit to Mountain Elder Lu. Wang Zixian was one of the 5 blood condensation disciples who followed Guotianshan, Laozu, and Lu Xianyuan to the North Sea. He was a well-known figure among the 4th-generation disciples of Jinling. Naturally, he knew that Du Jialua was called over by Lu Xianyuan because he was valued by the enlightened masters of Immortal Academy. Perhaps he could become a disciple of one of the enlightened masters and become a 4th-generation disciple. When that happened, Du Jialua would become his junior brother. Although he didn't know how Du Jialua was valued by Lu Xianyuan, he couldn't help but think of a story that circulated in the True Spirit Courtyard. A legendary figure among the 3rd-generation disciples of Jinling, the Water Sword Immortal, enlightened Master Lu Xianting, whose name shook the North Sea's cultivation world. When enlightened Master Lu Xianting was still in the True Spirit Courtyard, the current enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan was his leader. It was also because of enlightened Master Lu Xuanyuan's favor and help that the Water Sword Immortal became unstoppable after advancing to the blood condensation realm. Although Du Jialua's cultivation was among the best among the dozens of disciples he led, he wasn't one of the best. However, this person was valued by enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan. If he could become someone like enlightened Master Lu Xianting in the future, it would be of great benefit to Wang Zixian. In an instant, Wang Zixian made up his mind to help this disciple. Just the fact that this person was valued by Lu Xianyuan was worth his effort. Guotianshan Laozu was only the mountain elder of Yingshan Immortal Academy when it was first established. After the battle with the Mountain Universe Sex Yu Shang Laozu, he handed the position of mountain elder to his personal disciple, enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan. Guotianshan Laozu himself became the Grand Elder of Yingshan Immortal Academy in name. There was also a mysterious elder in Yingshan Immortal Academy. It was said that this elder was the senior brother of Mountain Elder Lu Xianyuan, but his cultivation was higher than Mountain Elder's. He was a late core forging cultivator, but no one in Yingshan Immortal Academy had ever seen this elder. However, a few years ago, Immortal Academy once again announced an Elder Xiantian. This was the sect's 3rd elder after Great Elder Guotianshan. It was rumored that he was Mountain Elder Lu Xuanyuan's senior brother, also at the late stage of core forging. Compared to the mysterious elder who never appeared, this Elder Xiantian was much more high-profile. Under Mountain Elder's invitation, this elder would often appear in Yingshan Immortal Academy, explaining Tao and divine abilities to the many disciples, guests, and outer sect disciples, giving them pointers on cultivation, and so on. When Yingshan Immortal Academy and the other powers in Yingshan Mountain Range clashed, this elder would often take the lead. In a battle between late core forging cultivators of the same level, this Elder Xiantian would often be able to fight 1 against 2. He had even forced back an expert at the 8th layer of core forging. In a short period of time, this Elder Xuantian's reputation in Yingshan Immortal Academy soared. Many disciples of Yingshan Immortal Academy hoped to become Elder Xuantian's disciple. As a result, there were 2 theories in Yingshan Mountain Range. One was that the mysterious elder was actually not a real person. At that time, Yingshan Immortal Academy was just hastily established. Apart from Guotianshan Laozu, the academy did not have any other experts, so they fabricated a late core forging cultivator to intimidate the other powers in Yingshan Mountain Range. The other theory was that the so-called mysterious elder was actually Taoist master Xiantian himself. However, now that Taoist master Xiantian had come out of seclusion, Yingshan Immortal Academy took the opportunity to create the impression that there were two late core forging elders. Their goal was the same as the first theory, to intimidate the other powers. However, among the disciples of Yingshan Immortal Academy, only Du Jialua knew that there really was a late core forging elder in Yingshan Immortal Academy. Even Wang Zixian and the other fourth-generation disciples of Xinling didn't know about this. When they arrived at the rocky cave from the northern sea through the transportation formation, Lu Ping didn't meet with them. Lu Xianyuan and the other third-generation disciples clearly didn't plan on exposing Lu Ping's trump card. Not only that, Du Jialua also knew that Yingshan Immortal Academy originally belonged to a sect called Xinling. Yingshan Immortal Academy should actually be called Yingshan Courtyard. Chapter 697. This was Du Jialua's second time meeting perfected Lu Xianyuan. The first time he met perfected Lu Xianyuan was 10 years ago, when perfected Lu Xianyuan followed Patriarch Guitianshan and the others to the rocky cave abode through the teleportation array. At that time, Lu Ping and Guitianshan, Laozu, and the rest decided to establish Yingshan Immortal Academy. They introduced Du Jialua to enlighten Lu Xianyuan as the first official disciple of Yingshan Immortal Academy. It was also then that Du Jialua met enlightened Lu Xianyuan for the first time. At that time, Lu Ping didn't introduce Du Jialua too much to enlightened Lu Xianyuan. He only said that Du Jialua was a mortal disciple that he unintentionally saved from the hands of the Yinghe sect cultivators. Enlightened Lu Xianyuan didn't know that Du Jialua had been consuming spirit fruits since he was young. In fact, during these 10 years, Du Jialua did not receive any special treatment in Yingshan Immortal Academy. Otherwise, he would not have only advanced to the blood condensation realm after 10 years. Among the younger disciples who entered the academy at the same time as him, the more talented ones had already advanced to the blood condensation realm after 7 or 8 years of cultivation. One had to know that after Yingshan Immortal Academy was established, it spared no effort in nurturing its disciples because it urgently needed to establish a foothold in the Yingshan mountain range. In addition, Xinling's development over the past few years, the treatment of its disciples had long surpassed that of Lu Ping's time in Zhenling's side courtyard. Yingshan Immortal Academy was completely comparable to Zhenling's side courtyard, and its treatment was even better. Not to mention, great ancestor Guitianshan and the others had also plundered a lot of cultivation resources from Yinghe sect and Yingshan sect's ruins. They also moved some of the spirit gathering places, spirit veins, and spirit mines to Yingshan Immortal Courtyard and sent their disciples to manage the place. In a short period of time, Yingshan Immortal Courtyard had an abundance of cultivation resources. Hence, many talented disciples took far less time to break through to the blood condensation realm than Lu Ping and the others did in Zhenling's side hall. After Du Jialua met enlightened Lu Xianyuan, enlightened Lu didn't say much. He only instructed Du Jialua to go to the back mountain. Du Jialua understood. Below the cliff of Yingshan Immortal Academy's back mountain was the surging Ying River. And beside the Ying River, there was a secret immortal cave. Adept Lu clearly wanted Du Jialua to go there. Just as Du Jialua left the True Spirit Hall, he saw a thin, sloppily dressed mid-stage blood condensation cultivator in his 20s hurrying towards him. As he was passing by Du Jialua, the cultivator raised his head to look at Du Jialua. Du Jialua could sense the aura emanating from the cultivator, which far surpassed his own cultivation base. Knowing that the cultivator was either an immortal master or an outer disciple, Du Jialua politely smiled at the cultivator. At the same time, he noticed the pair of spirited eyes on the cultivator's face. The young man seemed to be in a hurry as he hurried into the True Spirit Hall. Clearly, he did not notice Du Jialua greeting him. Du Jialua did not mind as he walked towards the back of the mountain. In the True Spirit Hall, Tianyu bowed towards enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan. "Greetings, martial uncle." Enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan seemed to have guessed Tianyu's intention. However, he still smiled and asked, "Martial nephew Tian, I heard that you can already concoct late-stage blood condensation pills. It seems like the title of our sect's first pill refinement master will fall on you." Although Tianyu was only a late-stage blood condensation fourth-generation disciple, he was one of the best pill refinement masters among Jinling's fourth-generation disciples. It was highly possible that he would become Jinling's pill refinement master or even pill refinement grandmaster in the future. Hence, enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan took good care of disciples with such potential. Otherwise, with Tianyu's blood condensation cultivation, how could he enter the true spirit hall as he pleased? Tianyu smiled humbly. Then his expression turned anxious as he asked, "Martial Uncle, I heard from Martial Uncle Xianfang that our sect's Grandmaster Xianping has come to the Immortal Academy. Is this true? This disciple is eager to meet Grandmaster Xianping." Tianyu was in the pill pavilion, but he had never accepted a master. Although Great Master Xianfang was taking care of him, and his talent in pill refinement was outstanding, none of the second and third generation pill refinement masters in the pill pavilion took the initiative to accept Tianyu as a disciple. To enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan, this matter was very strange. Enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan had heard some rumors about Tianyu. One of them was that Tianyu wanted to become the disciple of one of the sect's 3 pill refinement grandmasters, enlightened Master Lu Xianping. He looked down on the other pill refinement masters in the pill pavilion. Hence, no one in the pill pavilion was willing to accept him as a disciple. However, from enlightened Master Lu Xuanyuan's point of view, looking down on the other pill refinement masters in the pill pavilion was fake. Otherwise, Great Master Xianfang wouldn't have favored him so much. However, it was very likely that this kid wanted to become Lu Xuanping's disciple. On the back mountain, Du Jialuo walked through a forest and saw a little girl about 10 years old standing on a patch of grass that was half the height of a person. She had a peach blossom on her head. She was standing on the grass and directing the plants around her. They were swaying and dancing to the rhythm of her singing. Du Jialuo was stunned when he saw the little girl, especially when he saw that the spirit herbs, spirit trees, and even ordinary flowers and trees were swaying to the rhythm of the little girl's singing. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. He had learned a lot about the world of cultivation and knew that if a human cultivator couldn't control such a large area of plant and vegetation magic at such a young age, then this little girl in front of him was most likely a demon. Du Jialuo knew that Lu Ping had a few spirit pets under him, but he had clearly not seen the little girl in front of him. Du Jialuo thought about it and decided not to complicate matters. Hence, he planned to go around the side and find a way to go down the cliff at the back of the mountain. However, just as Du Jialuo was about to leave through a small path on the side, the flowers and plants on both sides of the path suddenly moved towards the center. In an instant, the entire path was covered tightly. There was no place for him to step on at all. This time, Du Jialuo knew that the other party was clearly coming for him. As such, he did not panic. Instead, he stepped forward politely and said, "Disciple Du Jialuo has come to see Elder Xianping on the orders of Spiritual Master Lu Xianyuan. Please report on my behalf." When the little girl saw Du Jialuo's serious expression, she immediately giggled. As she laughed, the surrounding flowers and plants began to sway as well. It was as if they were laughing at Du Jialuo. No matter how mature Du Jialuo was, he could not help but blush in such a situation. Just at this moment, another lovely laugh rang out. When Du Jialuo raised his head to look, he saw a beautiful green and red bird standing on a spirit tree not far away. The laughter from before had come from the mouth of this bird. When Du Jialuo saw this bird, he was happy instead of shocked. He hurriedly said, "Is this Senior Lu Qiner? Junior Du Jialuo has come to see Elder Xianping." The little bird on the tree was the blue phoenix Lu Qiner. She was now at the peak of the 5th layer of the core forging realm. Back when Du Jialuo was cultivating in the cave, he had been teased by this Senior Lu Qiner. Du Jialuo did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly greeted her from afar. Lu Qiner flapped her wings and glided over from the spirit tree. She circled above Du Jalua's head twice but ignored him. Instead, she said to the little girl standing on the grass, "Little sister Peach Blossom, this brat is someone Big Brother wants to see. Little sister, please let him pass." 10 years ago, this brat was still cultivating with Big Brother. Later on, just a few days before little sister transformed, this brat left. So little sister, you do not know him. Lu Qiner was the little girl who had transformed from the spirit demon peach tree 10 years ago. In these 10 years, the little girl had been using the grass and trees in the back mountain of Angshan Immortal Academy to monitor this region. In this region, without the little girl's permission, very few people could enter the back mountain and disturb Lu Ping's cultivation. Moreover, even if an expert tried to sneak in, it would be very difficult to avoid the little girl's eyes and ears. The little girl's talent was not something Samling, Lu Qiner, and the others could compare to. Even Lu Ping was rather amazed when he learned of this. She could control flowers and trees, and with her eyes and ears, even Lu Ping felt that it would be very difficult to avoid the little girl's detection within a certain range. The little girl nodded when she heard Lu Qiner's words. A cheerful tune sounded from her mouth, like the sound of a breeze brushing past the grass and trees. The path that had been covered by the grass reappeared in front of Du Jalua's eyes. Moreover, Du Jalua discovered that this path led in a different direction. Du Jalua turned around to thank the little girl in front of him, and then walked towards the back mountain along the path that had just appeared. Lu Qiner's wings flapped, and her figure immediately disappeared into the clouds. At this time, Du Jalua already believed a rumor that had been circulating in Immortal Academy. It was said that Immortal Academy's medicine-gathering disciples would often encounter a ghostly wall after accidentally entering Immortal Academy's back mountain's forbidden area. They would be trapped inside for several days, and only when they were on their last breaths were they rescued by Immortal Academy's true masters. As time passed, Immortal Academy's disciples became more and more respectful towards the back mountain's forbidden area. No one else entered the back mountain because of medicine gathering. Originally, Immortal Academy's disciples all thought that Immortal Academy's true masters were purposely punishing the disciples who entered the back mountain, but now, it seemed like it wasn't Immortal Academy's true masters who took action at all. It was most likely this little girl who had trapped them inside. Du Jalua then thought back to the years before Immortal Academy was established. At that time, Immortal Academy's protective formation hadn't been completely established, and experts would often sneak into Immortal Academy to plot against them. However, each time they tried to sneak in, they would be discovered and then attacked by Immortal Academy's experts. Now, it seemed like this Peach Blossom Fairy's contribution as well. At the bottom of the cliff at the back of the mountain, waves of the surging river were constantly crashing against the cliffs on both sides of the river, making chi-chi sounds. In the sky above the cliff, a black shadow gradually grew bigger. When it got closer, one would find out that it was a huge blue phoenix. The green Luan released a clear cry, and then its giant body glided along the surface of Abundant River. A figure leapt off the green Luan's back, jumping into Abundant River. Du Jalua formed a water-repelling art, diving 7 or 8 zhong into the river along the cliff. He could vaguely see an enormous rock cave. Du Jalua hurriedly walked into the cave. When he passed through the cave and emerged from the water surface, he saw a familiar figure currently looking at him with a smile. Du Jalua's face lit up, and he bowed respectfully, saying, "Marshal Uncle Debao, long time no see. You've gotten fatter and fatter." Chapter 698. What was Lu Ping's greatest gain in the Ying Tian Dojo? It wasn't the Thunder Tribulation's spiritual treasure, the Ling Long Wine Cauldron, nor was it the heaven-ranked upper-grade Thunder Tribulation water. Furthermore, it wasn't the large number of Ying Tian faction's legacy manuals, which included several complete sets of legacy manuals, as well as the 2 sets of legacy manuals that Jinling had obtained that led directly to the quintessential path. However, in reality, Lu Ping had obtained 3 sets of Ying Tian faction's legacy manuals. 2 of them were brought back by Jiang Tianlin Laozu, while the one that he had obtained was included in Lu Ping's greatest gain in the Ying Tian dojo. That was the legacy of Ying Tian faction's Fei Tian Laozu, who had achieved the pure Yang Dharma and was only 1 step away from becoming a quintessential soul. Fei Tian Laozu's legacy was not only the pure Yang soul, but also everything that Fei Tian Laozu had seen and heard throughout his life in the cultivation world. Furthermore, it was the Ying Tian faction's agile ape-moving mountain technique that Fei Tian Laozu had cultivated. Ying Tian faction's 4 great legacy techniques, other than Fei Tian Laozu's legacy, which contained the agile ape-moving mountain technique, there were 4 legacy manuals placed in each of the 4 directions of the Ying Tian dojo's central grotto Heaven Hill, which also contained the agile ape-moving mountain technique. Unfortunately, after Lu Ping had come out, he had obtained one of the legacy manuals, and then Jiang Tianlin Laozu had obtained another. Neither of these 2 manuals was the agile ape-moving mountain technique. If Lu Ping's guess was correct, the other agile ape-moving mountain technique should have fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea sect. Du Jialua followed De Bao into the rocky cave. After meeting Lu Ping, he heard Lu Ping ask, "Do you know why I have summoned you here today?" Du Jialua thought for a moment and said, "I heard from enlightened Master Lu that you are here for my cultivation technique." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Now that you've entered the blood condensation realm, according to the sect's rules, you can officially become an inner disciple and have the right to choose the sect's heritage cultivation technique. Although the Celestial Academy follows the sect's rules, other than you, the other disciples don't know that the Celestial Academy is actually the outer hall of the sect. Only those who have reached the mid and late blood condensation realm and become a core forging cultivator's direct disciple are qualified to know the sect's location." Lu Ping paused for a moment, then continued, "The reason I told you all this is to tell you not to speak too much about Jinling's sect and North Sea's cultivation world to anyone else. Even the outer disciples and guest cultivators of Immortal Academy are not allowed to mention half a word about it." Du Jialua's heart trembled, and he said, "These disciples are spared." Lu Ping saw Du Jialua's solemn expression and knew that he had memorized his words. He asked again, "You've been cultivating for 10 years, so I'm sure you're quite knowledgeable. How much do you know about Ying Tian sect?" Du Jialua did not know why Lu Ping would ask such a question, but he still told Lu Ping everything he knew about Ying Tian sect. Lu Ping listened quietly to Du Jialua's explanation. Then he smiled and said, "Looks like you haven't been focusing solely on cultivation for the past 10 years. That's good. As a cultivator, it's important to explore the world and experience the ways of the world. Blindly cultivating will only limit a cultivator's horizons and ultimately hinder their progress in cultivation." Du Jialua nodded. Du Jialua hurriedly nodded in agreement, but he heard Lu Ping continue, "Ying Tian sect used to be a large and famous sect in the world of cultivation. Even our sect today cannot compare to it. Although Ying Tian sect has been destroyed, the sect's inheritance cannot be lost." Lu Ping looked at Du Jialua's thoughtful expression and knew that Du Jialua had already guessed the cultivation technique he was going to impart to him. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'm sure you've guessed it as well. The cultivation technique I'm going to impart to you is indeed the Ying Tian sect's heritage cultivation technique. Although our sect has been around for tens of thousands of years, there are very few earth elemental cultivation techniques in our sect. There are only 2 or 3 that can be cultivated up to the avatar realm, but strictly speaking, heritage cultivation techniques not only depend on the cultivator's bloodline attribute, but also their bloodline attribute. Hence, the cultivation technique that we're going to impart to you might not have enough potential." Du Jialua nodded and said, "I will leave everything to you, Uncle Master." Lu Ping grunted and said, "The technique I am going to teach you is entrusted by a senior of the Ying Tian sect to find a successor. I promised that although Ying Tian sect has been destroyed, the inheritance of Ying Tian sect will continue in Jinling. I didn't expect that after you advanced to the blood condensation realm, the foundation bloodline you awakened would be compatible with this senior's cultivation technique. That's why I told enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan that I want to pass this cultivation technique to you. This cultivation technique was created by a great expert of the Ying Tian sect in the past. It's not something to be underestimated. I hope that you can cultivate it diligently and not let this inherited cultivation technique go to waste. Du Jialua was a quick-witted person. Who was Lu Ping? He was a famous sword deity of Jinling and a mysterious elder of the Celestial Academy. Normally, he would not pay attention to minor repairs like Du Jialua. However, from what Lu Ping had said, it was obvious that Du Jialua had always been under Lu Ping's attention. Furthermore, Du Jialua was able to get a cultivation technique from Lu Ping. Although Du Jialua's cultivation was low and his knowledge was shallow, he knew that this was a rare opportunity for him. When Lu Ping saw that Du Jialua understood what he meant, he said, "Relax your mind. I will teach you this technique." As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, his powerful divine sense instantly squeezed Du Jialua to the point where he found it difficult to breathe. At this time, Lu Ping's divine sense had increased significantly after he entered the core forging realm. It was even comparable to Jiang Tianlin's and Laozu's divine sense. How could Du Jialua, who had just entered the blood condensation realm, withstand the full force of his divine sense? Fortunately, after a moment of panic, Du Jialua knew that Lu Ping wouldn't and didn't need to do anything to him. So, he opened his mind and released his divine sense, which was born after he entered the blood condensation realm. Immediately, he felt a mysterious thought exploding in his mind. It was as if thousands of brushes were splashing ink on a large piece of paper. In just a few moments, countless beautiful writings were imprinted in his mind. In the face of such a huge inheritance, Du Jialua's newly born divine sense was like a fish that had fallen into the ocean. In an instant, he was lost in the world of cultivation. He could not find his way back to reality. After Lu Ping taught Du Jialua the cultivation method before the avatar realm that the Fei Tian ancestor had left for him, he noticed that Du Jialua was still absorbing the huge amount of information and couldn't wake up at all. Lu Ping smiled and closed his eyes to meditate on the stone platform. After an unknown amount of time, Du Jialua finally recovered from the huge inheritance. His face was filled with excitement and shock. He hurriedly bowed to Lu Ping. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for teaching me the cultivation method. You don't have to do this. The cultivation method I taught you is not complete. This is also due to the sex rules. Only when you enter the late blood condensation realm and become a disciple of a core forging realm cultivator will you be able to receive the complete inheritance." Du Jialua's expression darkened slightly. However, he quickly gathered his courage and said, "I wonder if I can become a disciple of Uncle Master?" This disciple was taken in by Martial Uncle in the beginning, and only then did I have the chance to activate my own bloodline, enter this sect, enter Immortal Academy to cultivate. The accomplishments this disciple has today are all thanks to Martial Uncle. I must ask Martial Uncle to take me in. This disciple will definitely diligently cultivate, won't make Martial Uncle lose face. Lu Ping snorted coldly. Achievements. You've only just entered the blood condensation realm, and you're saying that you have achievements? What a joke. Although our sect's disciples have the qualifications to become true disciples under our sect's core forging realm cultivators after advancing to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, the truth is that 80% to 90% of these disciples can only become in-name disciples. Very few of them can become true disciples. You're still too far away from becoming a true disciple. Du Jialua hurriedly said, "Uncle Master is right. I was too ambitious. I will definitely remember Uncle Master's words and cultivate diligently. When I reach the mid-blood condensation realm, I will come and pay my respects to Uncle Master." Lu Ping did not comment on Du Jialua's words. Instead, he said, "The cultivation technique you're cultivating is very important. It's one of the few inherited techniques of the Ying Tian sect. Although you have my protection, it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. It's better not to reveal it to anyone. If anyone asks, just give them an earth attribute cultivation technique of the Ying Tian sect." Seeing that Du Jialhua still had more questions to ask, Lu Ping said, "All right, after a while, go and see enlightened Master Lu Xianyuan. Ask him to bring you to the Celestial Academy's scripture pavilion. Pick one of the cultivation techniques there and use it as a cover." Du Jialhua was brought to the top of the cliff by Lu Qiner. From afar, he saw the skinny cultivator he saw at the entrance of the True Spirit Hall standing outside the spiritual herb garden. He seemed to have been blocked by the Peach Blossom Fairy and was walking around in a forest. The cultivator seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He shouted, "Disciple Tianyu wishes to pay his respects to Uncle Master Xianping."
Please let me out, Senior.
The cultivator shouted several times in a row, but received no response. Instead, his expression calmed down, and he sat down cross-legged to meditate. Every once in a while, he would get up and shout again, requesting to see Taoist Master Xianping. Du Jialhua turned his head and looked at Lu Qiner, who brought him up. Lu Qiner smiled and said, "Oh, so this kid is here too. He actually knows that Big Brother is in closed-door cultivation here. This kid was also someone that Big Brother thought highly of in the past. Let me help him inform Big Brother." But seeing that he was so reckless and fell into little Sister Peach Blossom's trap, let him learn a lesson. Du Jialhua turned his head and pretended that he didn't hear anything just now. After leaving the forest, Du Jialhua didn't see the Peach Blossom Fairy-like little girl again. However, he saw the cultivator called Tianyu, who was trapped next to her. Obviously, the little girl was nearby. It was just that Du Jialhua couldn't find her with his cultivation. Chapter 699. Ever since Water Sword Immortal Lu Xianping became famous, countless disciples in the North Sea, especially in Jinling, wanted to join Soundwave Manor. However, spiritual master Lu Xianping was a mysterious existence in Jinling. Even some of his close friends and elders who wanted to introduce disciples to him were unable to do so. When Tianyu found out from Master Xianfang that spiritual master Lu Xianping was in Immortal Academy and that the elder who had always been in seclusion was very likely to be spiritual master Lu Xianping, Tianyu immediately rushed to the True Spirit Hall to visit spiritual master Lu Xianyuan. He wanted to get some pointers from spiritual master Lu and then pay his respects to spiritual master Lu Xianping. Tianyu was slightly looking forward to it. He knew that he and Wang Qi were the rare fourth-generation disciples who received pointers from spiritual master Lu Xianping. Putting aside Wang Qi, Tianyu could tell Sage Xuanping's status in the Pill Pavilion from the time he entered the Pill Pavilion with the token that Sage Xianping had bestowed upon him. The proud and arrogant Pill Refinement Masters and even Pill Refinement Masters in the Pill Pavilion were shocked when they saw the token in his hand and looked at him with a strange gaze. Tianyu could tell Sage Xuanping's status in the Pill Pavilion. As expected, Tianyu gained a lot in the following years in the Pill Pavilion. Whenever he encountered bottlenecks or difficulties, there would always be senior cultivators from the Pill Pavilion who would step forward to give him pointers. Almost all of his requests would be answered. Among the senior cultivators, the Pill Refinement Grandmaster Sage Xianfang was the one who helped him the most. Especially in the 2 years before he came to Yingshan Immortal Academy, Tianyu could feel that the senior cultivators in the Pill Pavilion seemed to be more respectful towards him. However, Tianyu was not stupid. He knew that the senior cultivators in the Pill Pavilion probably treated him well because of the token in his hand. As expected, a piece of exciting news spread in the Pill Pavilion. After the sect's spiritual master Lu Xianping advanced to the late stage of core forging, his pill refinement skills also improved by leaps and bounds. He had already become the sect's third pill refinement master. No wonder Tianyu had just stood up and was about to call out to pay his respects to spiritual master Lu Xianping again when he saw the dense forest in front of him suddenly collapse to the sides, as if some giant hand was rushing towards him. Even though Tianyu knew that this was Immortal Academy's rear mountain, that there wouldn't be much danger, at this moment, his heart still couldn't help but pound crazily. Even though his expression remained calm with difficulty, his tightly clenched fists were about to release sweat. A gigantic sea turtle suddenly appeared in front of Tianyu. As the gigantic sea turtle crawled over, the trees on both sides that were hundreds of feet tall were crushed into pieces. Tianyu raised his head to look at the giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain. His heart was filled with fear, and his face had already turned pale. However, Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that Sage Xianping had a black tortoise as his spiritual pet. He had seen this black tortoise when Huangli Island was attacked by the demon clan. However, he didn't know when this black tortoise had grown to such a large size. Could it be that Sage Xianping had subdued a Dharma stage black tortoise? This thought flashed past Tianyu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. When he first met Xianling, it was only a blood condensation realm beast. Now, only a few years had passed. Could it be that this black tortoise had already grown to the Dharma realm? At this moment, he suddenly heard the black tortoise say, "Peach Blossom Girl, please put away the illusory array. Master has something to tell this kid." Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. So it was an illusory array. No wonder the disciples of Immortal Academy said that they had encountered a ghostly wall when they mistakenly entered the forbidden area. Although there were many trees on the rear mountain, they were far from forming a forest. How could there be a ghostly wall? Now, Tianyu finally understood that those disciples were trapped in an illusory realm. That was why he felt like he was surrounded by a forest that was hundreds of feet tall. As soon as the black tortoise's voice fell, Tianyu felt as if he had suddenly become taller and taller. The black tortoise in front of him, which was like a mountain that pressed down on him, was constantly lowering and shrinking at the same time. Tianyu was surprised. Only then did he realize that the trees around him, which seemed to be hundreds of feet tall, were actually flowers and plants that were more than 2 feet tall on the ground. Although the huge black tortoise was shrinking, it was still 30 feet long and half a foot tall. Tianyu instinctively looked around. He could vaguely make out the silhouette of a little girl flashing through the forest before disappearing. When he turned to look at the black tortoise again, he saw that the black tortoise's body had transformed and a beefy and honest-looking young cultivator appeared before Tianyu. Tianyu didn't dare to neglect him. He quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior. Are you Immortal Dagoe?" Dagoe nodded with a smile, took out 3 jade slips, and handed them to Tianyu. Although Tianyu was puzzled, he hurriedly took them with both hands and looked at Lu Dagoe with a puzzled look. Lu Dagoe touched his head and said, "Master said that you don't have to greet him first. However, Master asked me to give you these 3 jade slips with the pill recipes." He said that if you can successfully refine these 3 pills before you advance to the core forging stage, you can become a disciple of Hearing Wave Mansion. After hearing this, Tianyu's hands trembled, and he almost threw the 3 jade slips to the ground. For so many years, although Tianyu had always been taken care of by Immortal Xianping had never accepted a disciple. Even if Tianyu thought that he and Wang Qi were the most likely candidates among Jinling to become disciples of Hearing Wave Mansion, the wait was too long. It was so long that Tianyu didn't really believe that he was qualified to become a disciple of Immortal Xianping. Now that Immortal Dagoe had finally given him a promise from Immortal Xianping, Immortal Tianyu was immediately overjoyed. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly felt that all his persistence over the years, all the jealousy, ridicule, disdain, coldness, and slander he had faced in the Pill Pavilion all these years, had turned into nothing at this moment. All of this was worth it. Tianyu shouted excitedly in his heart. Dagoe looked at the excited young man in front of him. When he first saw him on Huangli Island, he was still a timid minor repairs cultivator who was interested in cultivating spiritual herbs and refining pills. Now, he had won the favor of Master and had the opportunity to become a disciple of Master. Even Dagoe felt a little envious. However, Dagoe also knew that as Lu Ping's spiritual pet, Dagoe was the same as other spiritual pets. He wasn't restricted by any secret techniques like divine sense shackles. Moreover, Dagoe's current cultivation achievements were inseparable from Lu Ping's meticulous planning. From this point of view, although Lu Dagoe and the others were spiritual pets, they were actually no different from Lu Ping's disciples. Tianyu couldn't wait to use his divine sense to explore the contents of the jade slips. However, after seeing the specific contents of the 3 pill recipes, Tianyu's expression suddenly changed. Essence expanding pill, meridian strengthening pill, and pure blood pill. These 3 pills were one of the best half-step core forging pills in the pill pavilion of Jinling. For late blood condensation cultivators, these 3 pills could increase their chances of advancing to the core forging realm by 30%. They were the 3 best pills for blood condensation cultivators to strengthen their foundation and prepare for advancing to the core forging realm. Tianyu had been practicing alchemy in the pill pavilion for many years. Naturally, he had heard of these 3 pills. However, according to the people in the pill pavilion, only enlightened Master Xianping knew the pill recipes for these 3 pills. It seemed that enlightened Master Xianping had obtained these 3 pills from the East Sea Alchemist Conference as a reward for his superb alchemy skills. Tianyu didn't expect that enlightened Master Xianping would pass on such a precious pill recipe to him. At the same time, his heart sank. These 3 pills were not easy to concoct. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were the 3 most difficult pills to concoct in the blood condensation realm. No wonder enlightened Master Xianping said that as long as he could successfully concoct these 3 pills before advancing to the core forging realm, he would accept him as his disciple. In the rocky cave, Lu Ping, who was meditating, opened his eyes and saw the void 2 feet in front of him suddenly rippling like water. Lu Ping stared intently at the void and saw a sword suddenly appear from the rippling void. Then, the void returned to its original calmness. Lu Ping took the magic sword and scanned it with his divine sense. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He whispered, "Changhe Laozu? That's an acquaintance. I was going out for a walk, but now it's on the way." Several hundred miles southeast of Yingshan Immortal Academy, 3 outer sect core forging realm guest chamberlains were facing off against 2 late core forging realm cultivators. Behind these guest chamberlains were several blood refining and blood condensation realm disciples, lying on the ground. Clearly, they were all heavily injured. This is Yingshan Immortal Academy's territory. Aren't you afraid of being punished by our sect for wantonly injuring our disciples? A 6th-layer core forging realm guest elder, who was clearly the leader, questioned the 2 late core forging realm cultivators in a stern voice. However, the other side had 2 late core forging realm cultivators. One was at the 7th-layer core forging realm, while the other was at the 8th-layer core forging realm. Their strength far surpassed the 3 mid-stage core forging realm cultivators from Yingshan Immortal Academy. Thus, this guest elder's tone was a bit fierce. Yingshan Immortal Academy? What a joke. Since when did Yingshan Mountain Range have such a sect? We only know that there were only 3 sects in Yingshan: Yinghe, Dao Universe, and Yingshan. Now, Dao Universe sect and Yingshan sect have merged to form the Mountain Universe sect. The sect master is Yushang Laozu, and our Long River Laozu has also returned to Yingshan Mountain Range. This place was originally within the Yinghe sect's territory. We are merely stopping you from entering our sect's territory. This Yingshan Mountain Range is still under the control of our 3 sections. The 6th-layer core forging realm guest elder sneered and said, "Long River Laozu? Why don't you say Yinghe sect?" Right now, every cultivator near the northern ice plains knows that Long River Laozu has already joined the Gu family. Because of this, they did nothing when Yingshan sect's 5 blessings Laozu fell into the Azura's encirclement. In the end, it led to 5 blessings Laozu's death. This also caused the remaining disciples of Yingshan sect to follow Yushang Laozu into the Dao Universe sect and re-establish the Mountain Universe sect. Since Long River Laozu has already become an elder of the Gu family, he naturally cannot be considered the sect master of the Yinghe sect. In that case, this spiritual herb garden naturally does not belong to your Gu family. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.